Hello, everyone. It's another day today. We got a lot to cover today. Wow, it seems my computer is completely maxed right now. Anyway, hang in there. It's 6:01 as of right now, 4/24, 2026, and we're going to be covering a few news topics today. Um, the ones that I'm covering right now are going to be a couple of days back, but it's going to be a quick refresher. Nothing more than a couple 30 minutes of refresher, and then we'll be crunching into the new stuff that I'm formatting right now. So thank you guys for sticking with me. Remember, like, comment, and subscribe, and share this with more people who like content like this. And without any other interruptions or ado, sorry guys, I guess it was in a different aspect ratio, which was throwing it up to 1080p, which was completely maxing my CPU. So I can only do it 720 right now. All right, without further ado, an adjustment. Here we go.
Well,
Post says it was loaded with dual-use chemicals used to manufacture ballistic missiles.
China was literally trying to ship into Iran ballistic missile tech, all right? This is one of the reasons why the blockade is absolutely obliterating Iran. Not only is Iran losing $500 million a day because of this blockade, but also they can't manufacture their shit anymore. So you got China trying to smuggle in past our blockade the actual chemicals or whatever the fuck they need for their ballistic missiles, and unfortunately that did not work out very well for them at all.
Beijing just got caught doing us dirty.
Uh-oh.
And Trump will make them pay.
Trump will make them pay. Maybe Xi Jinping will not be getting a big fat hug from Trump after all. Pretty diabolical stuff. The upside of all this seems to be the Iranian leadership has forced hundreds of ships toward the United States, mostly Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska, to get their oil. Thank you very much, President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, thank you, Iran, so much. Now that unfortunately for you, you can't do business with oil anymore because of this blockade. It's not our fault there's a blockade. You blocked the Strait of Hormuz, and now we're just going to cock block you into oblivion. And now all of a sudden, wow, we are the #1 oil exporter on the world. Now, the Donald made a couple of tweets, every single one more diabolical than the last. The Democrats are doing everything possible to hurt the very strong position we are with respect to Iran. True, by the way, and I'm going to show you leftoids melting down on Fox News over this. All right, despite World War I lasting 4 years, 3 months, 14 days, World War II lasting 6 years, 1 day, Korean War lasting 3 years, 1 month, 2 days, Vietnam War lasting 19 years, 5 months, 29 days, Iraq lasting 8 years, 8 months, 28 days, they like to say that I promised 6 weeks to defeat Iran, and actually, from a military standpoint, it's far faster than that. But I'm not even going to let them rush the United States into making a deal that is not as good as it could have been. I read the fake news saying that I am under pressure to make a deal. This is not true. I am under no pressure whatsoever, although it will happen relatively quickly. Time is not my adversary. The only thing that matters is that finally, after 47 years to straighten out this mess that other presidents let happen because they didn't have the courage or the foresight or the balls or the testicles to do what had to be done with respect to Iran. Raging homosexuals, the lot of them. We're in it, and it will be done right, and we won't let the weak and pathetic Democrats, traitors all, God, I fucking love when he's all fired up, for 4 years have been talking about the dangers of Iran. True, by the way, Kamala Harris stated that her #1 adversary going into office, if she wins the 2024 election, spoiler, she didn't, would be Iran. So she would have done this too, even though now she's making believe that this is purely Trump's war of choice. And that something had to be done, and now since I'm the one doing it, belittle the accomplishments of our military and the Trump administration. This is a perfectly executed on the scale of Venezuela, just bigger, a more complex operation. The result will be the same. And Venezuela was a cataclysmic victory, all right, despite the fact that the news doesn't want to talk about it anymore. It was an unbelievable victory. Unprecedented, honestly. In my first term, I built the greatest military our country has ever seen, including adding Space Force. In my second term, I am properly and judiciously using the military to solve problems left to us by others far less understanding or competent. Make America great again. And then he dropped another one. I am winning the war by a lot. Things are going very well, and our military has been amazing. And if you read the fake news, like the failing New York Times, the absolutely horrendous and disgusting Wall Street Journal, or the almost defunct, fortunately, Washington Post, you would think we're actually losing the war. By the way, he's completely right about this. The media is just straight up manufacturing shit. And by the way, one of the people that calls me out later, I have to show you, calls me out personally. He's like, oh, but the New York Times said that we're losing. And it's like, all right, dude. The enemy is confused because they get the same media reports. And yet they realize their Navy has been completely wiped out. Their Air Force has gone darker runways. They have no anti-missile or anti-airplane equipment. Their former leaders are mostly gone. This has been, in addition to everything else, regime change. And perhaps most importantly of all, the blockade, which we will not take off until there is a deal. It is absolutely destroying Iran. They're losing $500 million a day, an unsustainable number, even in the short run. The anti-American fake news media is rooting for Iran to win. This is true, by the way. And it's absolutely heartbreaking to see it. And it's such a mask-off moment. Like, there is a massive op going on, and so many retards are falling for it. But it's not going to happen because I'm in charge. Just like these unpatriotic people used every ounce of their limited strength to fight me in the election, they continue to do so with Iran. The result will be the same. It already is. President Donald J. Trump. That's huge. And then he drops another one in regards to the deal with Obama. Now, before I show you this tweet, I have to show you the leftoids losing it. All right, so this is some retard, Ro Khanna. He's a Democrat congressman. He is one of of the people that's pushing for the Epstein stuff now that Trump is in office and didn't care about Epstein while Biden was in office. He is another one of these anti-American foreigners that was brought into our country to rule over us, because apparently that's a thing now. Well, this is him explaining how Obama was actually much better than Trump at dealing with Iran.
Are you suggesting that Obama's leadership on Iran was better? Because under President Obama, there were 14 wire transfers to a... Hold on.
Yes, I am, she says.
There were 14 wire transfers to a Swiss account linked to Hezbollah between 2014 and 2016. That was a total of $1.7 billion.
I mean, unless, of course, the Democrat foreigners that we bring into our country that support the third world actually supports Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations, which that would be crazy, right?
The same $1.7 billion he told Congress was frozen Iranian assets. Now, there was a back channel to Tehran through Valerie Jarrett, active for 2012 to 2024. This was after he left office. So, you know, it was almost like a shadow government. He also sent pellets of cash in a plane to Iran. Now, why would you send money to Iran knowing that they are building a nuclear weapon and they are the leading sponsor of terrorism?
Yeah.
Barack Obama was a great statesman who left
He was a good guy. He was black. He was gay. He was perfect.
America much safer. I wouldn't put...
What? What? It's crazy. They don't live in reality, dude.
Donald Trump in the same paragraph.
Yeah, Trump bad. All right? So, hey, but Obama gave Iran billions of dollars. What do you think about that? I think Trump bad, actually. Yeah, we know. Anyway, it's been proven. I can't show this to you because every time I play 60 Minutes, I get my entire video taken down by 60 Minutes. They copyright me. I guess they don't like the fact that I'm covering it in this regard. 60 Minutes admits, this is left-wing media, that Iran still has nearly 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium, enough material if you enrich it a little more for 10, 11 nuclear bombs. They have been lying about their nuclear weapons for 20 years now, according to leftist sources. All right, according to the United Nations. It is an undeniable fact that they have lied. Now, Obama made a deal with Iran. That's true. Iran just lied to him, though. You know, they pinky promised that they weren't going to build a nuke, and then they started building a nukes. So just to be clear, Iran themselves admitted they are and were pursuing nuclear weapons. The IAEA confirmed Iran had enriched up to 60% uranium, which is well past civilian needs. The MSM is openly admitting it also. Yet complete retards are lying about it and saying, oh, no, there was never any nukes. Obama's deal was good. There were never any nukes. Iran's nice guys. We're at war for Israel or something. It's Israel that forced us to go to war, right? And so it's such an unbelievably fake narrative. It's crazy. Now, Trump actually acknowledged this. The fact that people are saying, oh, but Obama made a deal. The deal we are making with Iran will be far better than the JCPOA, commonly referred to as the Iran nuclear deal, penned by Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst deals ever made, having to do with security of our country. It is also a guaranteed road to a nuclear weapon, which will not and cannot happen with the deal we're working on. They actually gave $1.7 billion in green cash loaded onto Boeing 757 and flown to Iran for Iranian leadership to spend any way they saw fit. That's true, by the way. He emptied out all the cash from banks in D.C., Virginia, and Maryland. Those bankers said they'd never seen anything like it before. In addition, hundreds of billions of dollars was paid to Iran. If I did not terminate that deal, nuclear weapons would have been used on Israel and all over the Middle East, including our cherished U.S. military bases. The fake news, like lightweight Washington Post journalist David Ignatius, likes to talk about the JCPOA, knowing that it was a dangerous and complete embarrassment to our country. If a deal happens under Trump, it will guarantee peace, security, and safety, not only for Israel and the Middle East, but for Europe, America, and everywhere else. It will be something that the entire world will be proud of, instead of the years of embarrassment and humiliation that have been forced to suffer due to incompetent and cowardly leadership, President Donald J. Trump. Now, again, we don't know all the details of this deal yet, and I have the same stance that I've had since literally the beginning. You have to wait until it plays out to actually have an actual informed opinion. You know, everyone's saying, oh, but Trump is making a deal, Obama made a deal. They're literally the same. That's like retard position. Only the leftist mind that cannot comprehend words or reality would actually even engage in a debate like that. The Nazis invaded other countries' sovereignty, and Donald Trump arrested a dictator in Venezuela, which also violates the sovereignty of other nations. They're literally the same. Like, this is the logic you need to deal with when you're dealing with these absolute shit libs that don't actually understand reality at all, or even worse, they don't want to understand reality. So in my opinion, all these retards that go on the news to be like, oh, we didn't even need to go to war, they're lying. because we know we needed to obliterate this nuclear capability. It's an objective fact. And saying that, well, Obama's deal was so good. Oh, it was so good, really. How did they have 60% enriched uranium if Obama's deal was so fucking good? Like, these people are actually retarded. Oh, they made a pinky promise. That's right. They chant death to America, but they made a pinky promise. Now, just understand what's going on in the Middle East. All right, just to like kind of understand exactly the geopolitics here, because I think it's important all in all. All right, so this is new footage from the January protest showing a morgue in Iran. Right, the reason why we're only getting this now is because they shut off the internet for the last 2 months in Iran, so the people couldn't actually show it. But it's harrowing. It's just lines and lines of corpses. The morgues ran out of body bags and places for the corpses. This isn't even in Tehran, by the way, which is the capital of Iran. This isn't just like one of the little cities. Newly released video shows the morgue in Khorramabad, Iran, filmed with bodies in its courtyard, corridors, rooms, filling it, overflowing with corpses. Following the January 8 and 9 protests, the footage depicts morgues reaching capacity. 200 to 250 bodies reported at this single location in a city of 300,000 residents. It's just it's unbelievable. It's actually shocking. It's actually shocking that the media is still like underplaying the fact that we're dealing with. Oh, I can't call them a death cult anymore. I got a video literally taken down by YouTube because they said it's derogatory and hateful language because I called Iran terrorist regime a death cult. I am not exaggerating. That was the term I used, and they took my video down for that reason. Because apparently reality is, YouTube is a completely unbiased and perfect platform, is what I'm trying to say. Now, this was a pretty major controversy over the last couple of days. Apparently, an Israeli soldier was seen smashing the head of a Jesus Christ statue during operations in southern Lebanon. Now, my take on this is, it's a really bad fucking thing to do. I don't know why the hell he would do that. There are bad people in every single culture, in every group, in every amount of people. There are bad things, obviously, yeah, so, of course, I saw people saying, Nux, why don't you condemn it? I condemn it, obviously. It's completely inappropriate, and it's evil. So, however, some other people condemn it too, like Benjamin Netanyahu, for example. As the Jewish state, Israel cherishes and upholds the Jewish values of tolerance and mutual respect between Jews and worshippers of all faiths. All religions flourish in our land. We view members of all faiths as equals in building our society and region. Yesterday, like the overwhelming majority of Israelis, I was stunned and saddened to learn that an IDF soldier damaged a Catholic religious icon in southern Lebanon. I condemn the act in the strongest terms. Military authorities will be conducting a criminal probe into the matter and will appropriately harsh disciplinary action against the offender. While Christians are being slaughtered in Syria and Lebanon by Muslims, the Christian population in Israel thrives. Unlike anywhere else in the Middle East, Israel is the only country in the region that has the Christian population and standard of living growing. Israel is the only place in the Middle East that adheres to freedom and worship for all. We express regret for the incident and any hurt this caused to believers in Lebanon and around the world. All in all, it's a pretty good statement, all in all. And I find it wild. All right, the action of one guy who did a bad thing. Yes, he did a bad thing. Fully condemn it. It's horrible to do this, absolutely, and condemned by the entire Israeli government. All right, somehow that is the biggest story of all time, as opposed to, I don't know, the genocide of Christians throughout the Middle East by Muslims. Like, that happens all the time. You know, one IDF soldier destroys a statue of Jesus. Entire Israeli government apologizes. Hundreds of thousands of jihadists kill hundreds of thousands of Christians. Not a single word from the Islamic leaders. Right? Like I'm just being honest for a second. Like, I'm noticing that there's a difference here. Now, the propaganda is insane because it's all coming from the same places. This isn't even coming from Christians, by the way. Like, the outrage I see for stuff like this, obviously Christians are upset that this happens, don't get me wrong, but the mass outrage is coming from honest people, right? Not Christians that are actually offended, but 12.4 million views. You look at the comments, it's all Arabs, it's all in Arabic, it's all a Palestinian journalist over here, all right? You start to notice exactly what's going on because Christians actually are aware that Christians are getting persecuted and murdered by Muslims throughout the Middle East, and not by Jews. The Christians actually know that, right? Florida student arrested for Netanyahu joke on WhatsApp. Posted by Russian state TV. The RT is Russian. All right, it's Russian Times. Russia Today. All right, so unbelievable. So first of all, Russia doesn't have freedom of speech. They arrest people for jokes all the time. Florida student arrested for Netanyahu joke. 13 million views. Unbelievable. And if this is true, this is an absolute travesty. I don't think that it's remotely acceptable to stop freedom of speech, whether you're making fun of Netanyahu or Israel or Jews or anybody. I think freedom of speech should be absolute for the most part, unless it's calling for direct violence, which, psych, is the case. This girl was arrested for a Netanyahu joke. 23-year-old student Gabriela Saldana said in a group chat, Netanyahu, if you could hear me, drop some bonbons for us capstone students in Ocean Bank Convention Center. She faces charges or threats to kill or do bodily harm. Except this is a lie. She was actually arrested for saying there is going to be a bomb in the Ocean Bank Convocation Center, and it's going to be Jonathan's fault in a group chat of 215 people attending the event. She was arrested for bomb threats. She wasn't arrested for making fun of Netanyahu. That was just another thing she did. All right? She wasn't arrested for that. She was arrested for bomb threats, but that's not how the story is ever going to be, posted or talked about anywhere. I'll be real here. And you know where it's coming from. This is just a video of Palestine getting freed.
Hi, excuse me. I'm just filming a documentary and I'm wondering where you're from. Israel. Oh, Free Palestine.
Well, they just freed Palestine. They harassed a couple of Israeli tourists. Palestine was just freed right there. Anyway, this is news that I don't see anyone talking about either. I find it interesting. Child pregnancy surge in Gaza amid reports of, Hamas fighters demanding sex from wives of martyrs for food. All right, there's a bit of a controversy going on in Gaza these days. I say controversy like it's normal, but it's really not, where essentially food goes into Gaza because there was never a starvation in Gaza. That's just one of the giant psyops. And the funniest part of all of this is Hamas, the terrorists that started the war where they lost miserably and lots of people died because Hamas started a war and they're fucking retarded and evil. So they are now raping women in exchange for giving them food that they are stealing from the distributors. So not only is there not a starvation, but Hamas is stealing the food and only feeding the women if they let themselves get raped by them. Just understand what we're dealing with, right? An inferior culture, I would say. All right, so here's Yazidi girls being held as sex slaves in Gaza. Here is footage of after 10 years of being sold as sex slaves in Gaza. She was finally liberated. This is breaking news. Freed from sex slavery for a decade. All right, but anyway, obviously those are the good guys, right? But the funny part is Donald Trump made this very cryptic tweet right before I started recording this video. Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. Now, why would you say that if you're not trying to come up with an excuse to bomb the shit out of them, which basically forces them to make a deal because they really don't want to get the shit bombed out of them? Now, I would call them a death cult, but I can't because then they'll take this video down on YouTube. But, I'm trying my best here. I'm trying my best. Giving you the news, the deep dives into all the things, some of the things that's not even covered in the mainstream. Essentially, this is an absolute, total, abominable act that happened, for sure, don't get me wrong, and it is a complete and utter victory that's taking place on a daily basis. Iran is literally fucking dying and drowning in its own blood, and it's kind of entertaining to watch, I'm not gonna lie, because fuck these guys. If you're gonna be a terrorist Islamic regime that supports the infinite rape of children and goats and bombing Americans, I really actually like that you're dying. I know. I'm told by libtards that actually we have to celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk, but we're not allowed to celebrate the murder of Ayatollah Khamenei, who raped women before executing them so they don't go to heaven as virgins, all right? But unfortunately, we have a very different value system. Mine is based on God, and yours is based on whatever your liberal arts gender studies professor taught you in college. Personally, I'll take God.
If you look across the board, early voting, day of voting, it was a fairly even split. But then suddenly the mail-in ballots are like 75-25. Like, you can predict this. You can see this coming. There's a whole separate conversation about, we should have anticipated it. We should have had a better turnout model on our side. But that's a separate conversation.
So you think the election last night to gerrymander Virginia, which, by the way, let me just set the framing for all of this. So it came down 51-49. That's how they won. That's how they always win. That's always the percentage. That's the percentage of Joe Biden in every single algorithmically won swing state. It's always that exact same. Yep. And that's for every Georgia Senate seat that they stole as well. Like, it's 51-49 every single time. That's the numbers they plug into the computer, right, in order to get the results. But I chuckled to myself when I saw the final numbers this morning. What that is 51% of the population stripping away the civil right of representation from 49% of the population. That's how you get a civil war.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's how you get, I mean, that's like almost like human rights violation, but it certainly is constitutionally a massive violation And you can't have like these limited. Kamala Harris won Virginia by what, 4.5 points?
Right.
And now it's 1 to 9, 1 to 10. A congressional split?
Yeah.
With Northern DC controlling 6 different congressional districts.
That's right.
Congressman, this is a broken system.
It is broken, but you also look at the math. I mean, like, again, early voting, day of voting, it was a fairly even split, and the mail-in ballots, are disproportionately out of skew from like the population at large, the mass majority of the votes. And so that tells you something is off. There was a coordinated, manufactured result with the mail-in ballots, which is what the Democrats are good at. I mean, that, you saw it in the presidential election when Trump was defeated, is that suddenly there was all of these mail-in ballots because, oh, wait, we need what? We need 10,000 more ballots. Oh, look, we found a box under the table, and they're not postmarked or stamped or anything, but that's okay. We're going to sue to make sure they're counted. And so that's what they do, and they lie, cheat, and steal. Which again, the Save America Act. 83% of Americans think that you should be a citizen to vote, and yet the Senate won't do anything. Well, we're literally handing the next election to the Democrats if the Senate doesn't get that passed. I don't know what the crap Thune is thinking. There's no reason they shouldn't be passing this right now.
So you believe that the Virginia election was rigged and stolen? Do you think that the Trump administration should put a little pressure on Virginia?
Just look at the numbers, follow the numbers, and see where they lead. And I think
$65 million of dark money that went in.
Just crazy.
All of it was outside of Virginia.
Sure. I mean, but again, that's what they do. But this was a predictable outcome. And where are the Republicans? Why wasn't this not a priority? Look at the money that's being spent against Massey. Look at the money that's being spent in the Texas AG race. When we had this right in front of us that literally can determine the future, the course of our nation, and somehow or another we didn't deliver a victory. I have a problem with that. And I think there should be some really tough conversations had about that. Who was responsible? How it could have been, the outcome could have been different, and whether or not people should be fired.
Yes. Well, I mean, we have the map up right here. Look at look at this. 49-51. Just like you plunk it right into a machine. This is the numbers. It's always the numbers. This is the numbers in the Brazilian election.
That's right.
It's always the same. And then as soon as the left seizes power, which is what they did in Virginia, as soon as the left seizes power, they immediately rigged the game, and they called it fairness. This isn't fairness. This is stripping the rights away from Virginians. This is what it is. It's total and complete disenfranchisement.
Yeah.
For the red state of Virginia, which just had a Republican governor. I mean, it's like a couple months ago they had a Republican governor, and now in the time span of a few weeks, Democrats have stripped all power from Republicans and disenfranchised them, and frankly taken away their civil rights.
It'll be interesting. Ultimately there'll be a lawsuit. It'll go to the Virginia Supreme Court. I would expect that they'll uphold the referendum, but we'll see. But it should never have gotten this far. Yeah, Republicans should have had a better turnout model. We should have won that. And quite frankly, you should have a representative government in Virginia, which now you won't because of the referendum.
Oh, it's totally evil. It's what they're going to do to the entire rest of the country. I mean, they're signaling all of this. I can't let you go, Congressman, without asking about my favorite topic, which is Ilhan Omar's financial disclosures. How do you just like suddenly magically find liabilities that make you not a multimillionaire? Have you ever? Well, we know each other. I saw you. I've hung out with you once or twice socially, like right at John Rich's house. Like you didn't come up to me and be like, "Hey, I'm a multimillionaire."
Yeah, right.
Like no. Accidentally. Like this is not normal things for people.
I'm a working class dude, man.
Yeah. So how does that happen exactly? Is that a crime to lie on those documents? Just it's such an egregious extent.
Ultimately, they'll do, their investigation. They'll take a look at it. Mistakes happen, but typically they're smaller. I think there's about a $30 million mistake, and it was being widely reported. I guess that's the context of is that her wealth was being inflated, and it was a big media cycle, right? It was part of the story and the narrative, and then suddenly you find that actually that's not true, and so. Was there a bankruptcy? Like what happened? I'm not going to prejudge, but there's a lot of questions that have to be asked there. But again, kind of shifting to the DOJ in this press conference, people need to understand that this conspiracy that was built by the left to paint the right as racist and Nazi and violent is totally fabricated. So that begs the question: this heat map that they created, this vile contempt for Republicans, how did that play into Charlie Kirk's murder? Were they there on January 6th? Like, you have millions upon millions of dollars. I mean, even in Nashville, you had the Patriot Front. They were posing as Nazis, marching in Nashville, right? You have a conservative organization, several in my district, that are on this heat map of being, the alt-right hate groups. And even here in D.C., where you had someone go into the Family Research Council and shot at a security guard. These types of things, there's a pattern and violence that follows this heat map, that follows what they were doing and what they were paying these conspiracies to incite violence against Republicans and to have people like me targeted. I mean, I have 24-hour security because of this type of rhetoric that is leveled against conservatives in this country, and that should be a crime, and kudos to the DOJ for going after it.
Klein has the hate map right here. Congressman, you can see there's plenty of little red dots on the SPLC hate map in your state. There it is.
Right there.
Wow. So they're potentially funding your assassination. And you said that because they went after Charlie Kirk and they did it constantly, Charlie said that the SPLC is a hate group. There's a tweet for everything. Charlie was constantly on Fox News talking about the SPLC, attacking him. We have the clips, of course. Do you believe that they played a part in Charlie Kirk's murder? What do you think should happen to them? Do you think that there's culpability here since they were actually funding the hate that they claim to be fighting?
Absolutely. If you and I did that, they would be coming after us. They threw everything at us that they could.
Of course.
And so, I mean, again, just follow the facts. Don't prejudge, but I think the facts lead to an ultimate conclusion, is that this crisis that they were creating, this crisis of hate, that suddenly they need to take down Confederate monuments in Virginia because of all this hate crime that they paid for, right? You have the riots in the streets, whether it's Charlottesville or elsewhere, that they were paying for, right? That they brought the gasoline, they brought the matches, and they hand them to some homeless guy and they lit it. Like, they knew what was going to happen. And so this kind of nonsense has got to stop. And again, if the right was doing this to the left, I mean, we all would have been in jail.
Do you think that they're funding Patriot Front? Do you think that's what's going on? Patriot Front's constantly in Nashville, right? With their little vans and their little outfits.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, just follow the money. And, this organization supports this organization, supports that organization. It's an incestuous octopus. The tentacles are spread all throughout the left. Look, this is a criminal enterprise that's been undermining our republic. And again, I kudos to the DOJ for going after this. And really, I mean, it can't be lost, ladies and gentlemen, when you think about the murder of Charlie Kirk, when you think about some of these hate crimes that have happened across this country. Would they have happened had it not been for this vile rhetoric from the left? Even yesterday against me, CARE held a press conference labeling me as some racist because I'm defending my country, because I'm speaking the facts about the data in Europe about the mass rape of women and young girls in Europe by Muslims. Those are facts. Those aren't my statistics. That's from the French Interior Ministry. That's from the London police, right? I talk about that publicly and suddenly I'm a racist. No, I can just read data points, and the data points say that Muslims are disproportionately raping young girls across Europe. People should know that. They should just know it, right? Because it's fact and it's truth, and I'm not going to back down.
Data is racist, Congressman. You know that. That's the rule. Right. All right. That's the iron law. That data is racist. Don't talk about America's founding. Don't talk about who actually created this country. It's just an economic zone. Don't talk about like why America is great, like in the first place. Like, why is America a nation that, like, who are the actual settlers here? Who were the actual people that settled this country? It was once said that there's a supply and demand problem with hate crimes in America. That's why Jussie Smollett has to pay a bunch of black Nigerians to beat him up and claim it was white MAGA supporters. It's, of course, why innocent people have to go to jail because George Floyd overdosed on fentanyl. They have to make up and manufacture hate crimes in order to keep the outrage machine going. The SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, is one of those groups that is constantly grifting off the fake hate crimes here in America. And there's just not that many, mainly because of the way that America was founded. Because America was founded by moral, Christian, European men who fought wars to eradicate slavery and who simply wanted to live peaceably on their own property and mind their own business. This is how this country functioned for the last 200 years. It was primarily 90% European and Christian, and most people just wanted to be left alone. So there really wasn't much in the avenue of hate crimes at all, because the country just peacefully lived with itself. But in the last couple of years, libs have decided they could make a ton of money by manufacturing these crimes and by shrieking about a problem that really just doesn't exist. They're victimhood merchants. And the SPLC is, of course, chief among them. And they have now been federally indicted, called out for manufacturing hate crimes. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. And the entire narrative is coming crumbling to the ground. It is glorious. DOJ charges Southern Poverty Law Center with fraud amid denials of civil rights group. What's going on here? What happened was the Southern Poverty Law Center has been exposed for funding the hate groups that they claimed to be fighting. It's one of the single all-time greatest stories I have ever seen. It is finally the Trump administration striking at the heart of the deep state and the organized left-wing fraud and outrage machine. Get a load of this. DOJ charges Southern Poverty Law Center with wire fraud, false statements, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. The SPLC secretly funneled $3 million in donor funds to violent, racist, extremist groups, the same extremist groups that they claimed to have been fighting. The Ku Klux Klan, the American Nazi Party, the Aryan Nation, United Klans of America, Unite the Right. Unite the Right. Unite the Right. Wasn't that like the Charlottesville rally? Isn't that the rally that Joe Biden constantly claimed that he needed to run for president because he saw the Unite the Right rally? So wait a second. All of that was funded by the left. All of that was created by left wingers. It was all completely manufactured. Oh, yeah. Apparently, some of potentially your favorite alt-right figures, as it's become known, are wholesale funded by the SPLC to the tunes of hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's what the indictment charges. To hide these payments, the SPLC allegedly opened bank accounts under fictitious entities to conceal the source and control the donor funds. Per the indictment, an SPLC field source was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, made racist postings under SPLC supervision, and helped coordinate transportation to the event. Kash Patel said they lied to their donors, vowing to dismantle violent extremist groups, and actually turned around and paid the leaders of these violent extremist groups, even utilizing the funds to have these groups facilitate the commission of state and federal crimes. Oh, man. If these charges stick, they'll destroy the SPLC forever. They'll break it up, the whole entire organization will be charged as a criminal organization. There'll be no more SPLC, which would be one of the greatest things, which would be arguably the greatest accomplishment of the Trump administration thus far. The SPLC is a hate group. Ladies and gentlemen, it is, of course, illegal to do this, and it's an ongoing investigation against all individuals involved. Kash Patel is saying here, the charges include wire fraud, false statements to a federally insured bank, conspiracy to commit and concealment of money laundering. The SPLC allegedly engaged in massive fraud, operating to deceive their donors, enrich themselves, and hide their deceptive operations from the public. They lied to their donors, vowing to dismantle violent extremist groups, actually turned around and funded those extremist groups and operated them. Oh, this is one of the biggest charges. This is one of the biggest bombshell stories in the history of America. Federal grand jury charges Southern Poverty Law Center with wire fraud, false statements, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. Where was this grand jury? Oh, it's in Alabama. Ladies and gentlemen, they were doing their homework here. They brought the charges in Alabama, of all places. 11 counts. So they're going to have to tell an Alabama jury, where this is a state where every single person in the state has a relative who was indicted during January 6th Fed PSYOP hoax. You're going to have to like try and explain to a jury why you were funding the hate groups that you claimed to be fighting with the SPLC. Oh man, they were cooking on this one. Look at this. Hundreds of thousands of dollars paid to KKK members, to Aryan Nation, to Aryan Nation right here, affiliate, 300,000. Unite the Right member got $270,000. Unite the Right. A reminder that this Unite the Right is the same one that every single lib used to try and run for president in 2020. Joe Biden said it time and time again. It was Charlottesville. That's why I ran Charlottesville. That's the op. SPLC is funded a large number of false flag right-wing organizations and events. This is a total scam. For the first time ever, Trump attacked the heart of the deep state. Look at this. Gives me new respect for Jesse Smollett. He bootstrapped his fake hate crime and paid for it himself rather than having the SPLC organize it and fund it for him. Support your local mom and pop hate crime hoax operations before they're all put out of business by the big guys. While raising hundreds of millions of dollars from neurotic left-wingers via direct mail, stoking fears of surging hate groups, the SPLC literally paid somebody more than $270,000 to organize the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. They are paying money to the entities that they claim to be battling against. If accurate, the SPLC was literally funding and coordinating the hate surge that it used to solicit funds for their operation. The whole organization was a con job. SPLC bankrolled Charlottesville white supremacists. Oh, man. And everyone thought these were feds. It turns out they were just the SPLC. So the SPLC was funding the extremist groups that they were pretending to fight. Nobody is surprised. The SPLC was simultaneously funding violent extremists, raising money to fight those extremists, and advising law enforcement on how to arrest those extremists. Insane corruption. This would likely make the SPLC and their leftist donors the largest funders of the KKK and Nazi parties in America. It would mean that they funded these groups, which resulted in acts that they used to get more donations. This would mean that there wasn't enough organic extremism for them to exploit, so they needed to fuel it with their own cash from left-wingers. Think about that. Wow. So, yeah, all these people that were arrested, all these people that were given slaps on the wrist, all these people that were never touched by the feds, they're feds. They were being paid by the SPLC. What a plot twist. The SPLC was funding the KKK. Democrats always have. It's a conspiracy theory coming true in real time. The SPLC was one of the most powerful censorship forces in the country, lavishly supported by many big American companies for years. It's astonishing and deeply concerning. I'm generally averse to racial epithets, but hypothetically, how many slurs do I have to say to get somebody with SPLC white supremacist slush fund money? Oh, man. The excuse offered by the SPLC was they were merely paying informants as part of their investigation into hate groups. And this is bullshit, of course, but it also goes to show that groups like the SPLC have operated as a quasi-government agency despite having no legal authority to do so. And we have been living under a tyranny, not just of unelected judges and bureaucrats, but also activist organizations. We've known this for a very long time. The Charlottesville hoax was a complex hoax from top to bottom. Totally and completely vindicated. And just, by the way, reminder that these people were constantly attacking Charlie Kirk. They listed Charlie and TPUSA on their hate map. They used this fiction to monetize the ensuing hysteria and funneled the proceeds into Charlottesville and other convenient vehicles, and probably most likely getting Charlie killed in the process. The SPLC knowingly created a hit list they could sell to their donors, put the lives of conservatives in the crosshairs to do it. These are not actions of a charity. Yeah, these are actions of an evil organization. Here's Charlie describing what happened to him and why this organization needs to be burned to the ground, metaphorically and legally, of course. Here we go.
The Southern Poverty Law Center has now labeled, you're in the club with me, by the way, they've labeled Turning Point as a hate group.
Yes, it's a
coming
surprise.
from a hateful group like
it's a surprise it took them so long to get us on the list.
What took you so long?
Understand that they're literally putting high school chapters of ours on a hate group next to the KKK and next to neo-Nazi groups. And I mean, we can laugh this off. There's an element to this. Remember that there was a shooter that went to the Family Research Council years ago, inspired by the SPLC list. This is them trying to make us basically surrender at Turning Point USA. We're going to do the opposite, and our students are only going to lean in even more. But they can't debate us on our ideas. They cannot have dialogue. They cannot actually go onto the merits of why they are right or why we might be wrong. Instead, they must smear us with the age-old one-liner that you are a racist or that you are a hater. And they're finally realizing the power of Turning Point USA, which is why they put us
Well,
on
when
this
you're
list.
effective, you're a threat, right?
That's
So
right.
they call me the high priestess of hate, right, Sam? Is that what they call me? I'm just
Congratulations.
2008. Oh, it's old. It's so old. But again, the Democrats, I think they appeal to a certain very whiny man.
That's right.
It's like the pajama boy, whatever they're calling them.
You remember that Obamacare advertisement?
I never forgot that guy.
It was the archetype of the liberal
What they
man.
think a man
Yes,
is.
that's right. Never standing up for yourself, very feelings-based, no assertion, no drive, no grit, almost always pandering to the zeitgeist of the times, where it turns out, especially in the heartland of this country, the American man is still alive, and he wants his country back. And they showed up in record numbers for President Trump, and they're rejecting the Democrat Party. They're the backbone class of this country. They make the country work. They're largely forgotten. And the Democrats spending $20 million on video game advertisements.
Let them spend the money.
Let them burn.
Do you think they should pass the Stop Nick Shirley Act?
Absolutely not. We need to stop letting politicians get away with fraud and do better for the people of California here in this state.
And what's your message to Mia Bonta?
She needs to stay in her lane, stop writing BS bills, and let journalists do their job and find out the truth and give the money back to Californians.
And do you think there's a conflict of interest when the Attorney General, his wife, is creating laws to make it harder for people to expose fraud?
Yeah, that is a conflict of interest. I mean, come on, dude.
And right now in Polymarket, there's a 46% chance that the Stop Nick Shirley Act becomes law by June 30th.
It might happen here because you got some weird fools over here. I mean, seriously.
That's the truth of it, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely
Right
insane. 46% chance that the Stop Nick Shirley Act becomes law, according to Polymarket right now. Insane.
Yeah.
I see what they've been doing towards you, and it's completely strange. You're just a local news person, and you're an amazing journalist, and then somehow they're just like throwing these bites out and like saying that you're this and that. So it's a very weird situation.
And click right here to see what happens next.
TVU Fox 2. Now at 10, a suspect makes a death-defying attempt to evade officers. The dramatic moment of police pursuit takes a harrowing turn under and across the Bay Bridge.
It's on the cross beam. It's under the bridge. You guys got your drone available by any chance? The drone's looking. They're underneath us right here.
The suspected car thief was eventually and safely taken into custody. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Meeback.
And I'm Claudine Wong. It all happened earlier this month, and tonight we are getting our first look at the dramatic lengths that suspect went to try and evade capture.
It looks like he's climbing his way under the bridge eastbound towards that last tower.
San Francisco police sharing this edited video as the latest example of the department's embrace of drone technology to combat crime.
New at 10, KTVU's Tom Vakar live tonight in San Francisco with more on how it all went down. Tom?
And on April Fool's Day, no less, this guy was doing something very foolish that was captured on police video just before he was captured physically. On the evening of April 1st, San Francisco police were alerted to a stolen vehicle on Market and 8th Streets and tried to initiate a traffic stop.
The driver failed to yield. Vehicle pursuit then ensued throughout city streets that eventually made its way onto the Bay Bridge.
The driver abruptly stopped in a traffic lane.
This driver then exited his vehicle and climbed onto the structure of the Bay Bridge.
At that point, he disappeared from sight. So officers quickly deployed remote control detectives.
The drones were able to spot the suspect driver, who was then climbing underneath the structure of the Bay Bridge.
In the suspect's precarious position and state of mind, police called in negotiators. The California Highway Patrol was called in to manage the building bridge tie-up.
We pulled in additional resources to bring this resolution to a peaceful and safe ending, and eventually got him to come from underneath the structure and give himself up. The voters of San Francisco have allowed us to use this technology to make the streets as safe as we can.
Now, the suspect was taken to a hospital for an evaluation and later booked into SF County Jail on auto theft, possession of a stolen car, reckless evasion, and numerous traffic violations. His name is still being withheld pending the ongoing investigation. When we find out, we'll let you know. Tom Bakar, KTVU, Fox 2 News. Mike, back to you.
Those drones slowly becoming a game changer in law enforcement. All right, Tom, thank you.
There's a liquid you can make at home for under $2 that turns ordinary sand into a block of artificial stone, harder than most concrete you have ever walked on. Not mixed into cement, not poured into a mold with industrial compounds. Sand. Plain sand you scoop from a riverbank or buy at a hardware store for $3 a bag. You combine it with 2 ingredients that your grandparents kept in the kitchen, and within hours, the grains fuse into a dense, load-bearing mass that resists heat, resists moisture, and resists time. Builders in the ancient world figured this out before Rome was an empire. European alchemists documented the chemistry in the 1500s and published the results in 1627. And the cement industry, which generates over $400 billion a year globally by selling you limestone powder that crumbles in acid rain and fails in earthquakes, has quietly made sure that chemistry class never mentions it. What cannot be patented cannot be monopolized, and what cannot be monopolized cannot be used to build a $400 billion cartel. This is the story of silicate stone, the material that ancient builders poured into molds while Greece was still building temples, that European alchemists rediscovered and published in one of the most important scientific texts of the 17th century, and that the construction industry has spent 80 years making sure never appears in a building code or a hardware store tutorial. Welcome to the channel that digs up what the industry buried. If you have not subscribed yet, do it now. What comes next is the kind of knowledge that disappears between generations when nobody writes it down. Let me take you to a workshop in Paris. The year is 1627. Francis Bacon, the philosopher who Voltaire would later call the father of the scientific method, has just published a book called Silva Silvarum. It is a collection of 1,000 experiments documenting how the natural world behaves, written in the plainest English the era allowed. Experiment after experiment records what happens when you combine common materials under common conditions: salt with acid, metals with fire, minerals with alkalis. The book is not fringe science. It is the foundational text of the scientific revolution, and it is sitting in every major university library in Europe within a decade of publication. Bacon does not publish this chemistry in a vacuum. For over 100 years before Silva Silvarum goes to press, European alchemists have been documenting what happens when you combine sand with the right alkali under heat. A man named Basil Valentine wrote about it around 1520. Georgius Agricola, the father of mineralogy, mentioned it in 1550. Giambattista Della Porta demonstrated in 1567 that cream of tartar, the cooking powder your grandmother used for baking, caused powdered quartz crystal to melt at a far lower temperature than fire alone should allow. These were not isolated accidents. They were convergent observations of the same phenomenon, documented over more than a century.
So I seen this and I thought we'd have to cover it.
Evolves into a viscous liquid. That liquid, once cooled and exposed to acid, solidifies into a glassy, stone-hard mass. The alchemists called it liquor silicum. Modern chemistry calls it water glass, or sodium silicate, or potassium silicate, depending on the alkali used. And the acid that triggers the final hardening into stone has been available in every kitchen on the planet for as long as humans have been.
Make sure you go subscribe to this guy. His name's Uncover Vault. 4,640 subscribers right now. He's got plenty of great knowledge. Wisdom is worth more these days than laughs, in my opinion. Although we'll be having some funny content later.
been fermenting grain. Vinegar, white distilled vinegar, $2 at any grocery store. That is the substance that completes the transformation from loose sand to solid stone. Now go back even further than bacon. Go back to the civilization that built the largest stone structures in human history. Structures that have survived 4,000 years of desert sun and flash flood and seismic activity without a single crack through the core material. Joseph Davidovits, a French material scientist and one of the most credentialed chemists in the world, spent decades analyzing the limestone blocks of the Egyptian pyramids at Giza. What he found should have rewritten every textbook and every construction science program on the planet. The blocks are not cut stone. The chemical analysis shows them to be a geopolymer, a synthetic stone formed by combining a mineral slurry with an alkaline binder and allowing this resulting chemical reaction to produce a three-dimensional aluminosilicate network that is, for every measurable purpose, indistinguishable from natural limestone. The Egyptian.
So right here, I always thought that the Egyptians, there was this one theory that people said there was a giant lens and that there was this type of cement-ish slurry that was hardened. That was the closest thing to something hardening into what we now know as the pyramids that I've been taught, or has been like given an example of how it could have worked. They showed even a engineering platform rigging, all this different types of stuff. So it was like I was taught like how it could have been done. And then so since this has been hidden since 1600s, so 1627, that makes it a fairly new discovery. And I don't really know how long they had it up until 1600s. It'd be interesting to do some more research into this topic.
Did not quarry 2 million stones and haul them up ramps. They mixed a paste, poured it into wooden forms on the spot, and let chemistry build the wall. Electron microscopy images of pyramid core samples show air bubbles trapped in the material, a feature that cannot occur in quarried natural stone and is an unmistakable signature of a cast material. The mineral composition of the glue matrix between the nummulite fossil shells and the pyramid blocks contains hydrosodalite, a zeolite mineral that forms exclusively through geopolymerization and does not occur in any natural Egyptian limestone deposit. This is not a theory held by a single eccentric. The analysis was replicated by researchers at MIT and published in peer-reviewed materials, science journals. The chemistry of turning mineral material into artificial stone using alkaline activation is not a modern discovery. It is 4,000 years old. It was buried, not by time, but by an industry that could not survive the comparison. Here's what happens at the molecular level when sand meets the right chemistry, because the science is as clean and irrefutable as anything in a first-year chemistry course. Sand is silicon dioxide. The chemical symbol is SiO2. It is one of the most stable, chemically resistant compounds in nature. Try to dissolve quartz with most common acids and nothing happens, which is why the average person assumes sand cannot be transformed at low temperatures. But silicon dioxide has one vulnerability that alchemists discovered centuries before any university existed. It dissolves in concentrated alkaline solutions. When you heat silicon dioxide with a strong alkali, such as potassium hydroxide or sodium hydroxide, the silicon-oxygen bonds break down and the silicon ions enter solution, bonded to the alkali metal. The resulting liquid is called an alkali silicate. In everyday language, it is called water glass. A thick, translucent, slightly syrupy liquid that sets to a hard, glassy film when it dries, and that reacts with an acid, including acetic acid, to precipitate solid silica throughout the structure. When you pour water glass over sand and then apply vinegar, the acetic acid reacts with the alkali silicate and drives the silicon dioxide out of solution in a three-dimensional web that threads between every grain of sand, bonding them into a monolith. The reaction is called acid-set geopolymerization, and it works at room temperature in open air with no equipment beyond a bucket and a foam brush. A study published in the Journal of Coatings Technology confirmed that silicate binders penetrate into granular material up to 4 times deeper than any polymer adhesive. A research team at MIT demonstrated in 2015 that silicate-activated mineral systems could achieve compressive.
I just wanted to say how amazing that is. All with just a brush. Room temperatures.
Strengths above 5,000 pounds per square inch, comparable to high-grade structural concrete. The strength is not in the sand. The strength is in the silicate web that the vinegar precipitates through every millimeter of the material. The process has 3 stages, and understanding each one is what separates the result from just damp sand that hardens and crumbles. The first stage is making the water glass. You do not need to buy industrial sodium silicate, although you can for around $3 to $4 per liter at pottery supply stores or online chemical suppliers. You can make it yourself with 2 kitchen ingredients. Take wood ash, the gray powder left after burning hardwood in a fireplace, campfire, or wood stove. Wood ash is rich in potassium carbonate, the compound chemists call pearl ash or potash. When you dissolve wood ash in water and filter out the solids, the clear liquid you collect is wood lye, a potassium hydroxide solution that has been used in soap making, food preservation, and metallurgy for over 2,000 years. Now add a generous quantity of silica sand or crushed quartz to this lye solution and heat the mixture. The potassium hydroxide breaks down the silicon-oxygen bonds in the sand, and the silicon dissolves into the liquid. Strain the solution through cloth and let it cool. The clear amber fluid left behind is potassium silicate, water glass, liquid stone held in suspension, waiting for an acid to tell it where to solidify. This is the liquid that Glauber described in 1646 as oleum oder liquor silicum, the oil or solution of sand, in a German chemistry text that circulated across every university in Europe within a decade. The knowledge was never secret. It was simply never convenient for the people who eventually made their fortunes selling Portland cement. The second stage is forming the stone. Take dry sand, the finer the grain the better, and mix it with your water glass solution until every grain is coated and the mixture has the consistency of damp beach sand. A ratio of about 3 to 4 parts sand to 1 part water glass by volume gives a workable mixture that holds shape when packed. You can press this mixture into any form you choose. A wooden frame, a cardboard box, a plastic tray, a split length of PVC pipe to make cylindrical pillars, a carved foam negative to reproduce any relief shape with precise detail. Pack the mixture firmly, eliminating air pockets. The water glass coated sand will hold its form at this stage the way damp clay holds a shape before firing. This is the window in which you work. Use it to press texture into the surface, to carve edges, to inscribe anything into the face of the material before it sets. The third stage is the transformation. Once your sand is packed and formed, spray the surface liberally with white distilled vinegar, the standard 5% acetic acid solution you find at any grocery store for under $2. Do not be shy. Soak the surface until it is visibly wet and let the vinegar penetrate. You will notice the surface beginning to develop a pale, slightly chalky appearance within minutes. That is the silicate precipitating out of solution, crystallizing in place between the sand grains, beginning to knit the structure together. Let the first application dry for 30 minutes, then apply a second coat, then a third. For each coat, the acetic acid is reaching deeper into the mass, driving the silicate precipitation further through the interior of the block. After the third coat is dried, leave the form undisturbed for 24 hours. At that point, remove the molds. What remains is a block of artificial sandstone with a compressive strength that, depending on your sand quality and the concentration of your water glass, will fall somewhere between 1,500 and 4,500 pounds per square inch. For comparison, the minimum compressive strength required for residential concrete in the United States under standard building codes is 2,500 pounds per square inch. You can produce material that meets structural thresholds from a bucket, a bag of sand, wood ash lye, and $2 of grocery store vinegar. A 10-inch by 10-inch by 4-inch block costs under $1 in materials and takes under an hour of active work. The same volume cast in commercially purchased concrete mix costs several dollars, requires mixing equipment, and achieves no greater structural integrity under laboratory compression testing. Now, here's the part that should make every homeowner, every camper, every person who has ever paid a contractor to pour a foundation feel the weight of what was taken from them. The global Portland cement market is worth over $400 billion.
This is quite a discovery, or rediscovery. This could change a lot. The applications for this are numerous. I could think off the bat at least a few different. I guess you could teach this in like where is it? Oh yeah, the Boy Scouts is one. You could teach them there because they always have campfires and stuff. They know it could probably purify. You could teach this at such a young age that this could be quite a revolution. I think we should really reindustrialize this process. And don't let it go away. Just because somebody can make like porcelain cement doesn't mean that we can't just use some vinegar and these common items, some wood, some sand, and make something that's just as integral as, like, this is what I mean, like, and you can even make vinegar at home. So like this is like you could have a closed loop system of this even like after, you know, stuff happens.
Annually. Portland cement is made by heating limestone and clay in a kiln at 1450 degrees Celsius, grinding the resulting clinker into powder, and shipping it in bags to every construction site on the planet. It produces somewhere between 5 and 8% of global carbon dioxide emissions. It crumbles in contact with sulfuric acid. It loses structural integrity in chloride-rich environments. It develops microcracks that allow water infiltration and progressive failure. And yet, it is the mandatory material in virtually every national building code on the planet, protected by standards bodies like the American Concrete Institute and ASTM International, which have declined, repeatedly and formally, to include geopolymer or silicate set alternatives in their standard specifications. As of 2024, ASTM C94, the standard that governs the ready-mix concrete industry in the United States, contains no provision for geopolymer formulations. ACI 318, the code that structural engineers in America use to design every reinforced concrete structure built in this country, does not acknowledge silicate-based artificial stone. Australia amended its standard, Whiskey AS 3600, in 2024 to allow performance-based geopolymer specifications. The United States has not moved. Engineers who want to use the superior material must seek project-specific variance approvals from jurisdictions that have no bureaucratic pathway for them. You can build a bridge with Portland cement and get a permit in 30 days. You can build the same bridge with a material that produces a fraction of the carbon dioxide, costs less per ton, and achieves equal or superior structural strength, and spend 2 years in a permitting process that may end with a rejection simply because the standard does not mention it. The mechanism of suppression is not a boardroom conspiracy. It is a building code. The most effective suppression is the kind that does not look like suppression at all. It looks like due diligence, it looks like standards compliance, it looks like responsible engineering. But when the standard was written by committees dominated by representatives of the Portland cement industry, when the same industry spends millions annually on lobbying and research grants to the academic institutions that train the engineers who eventually sit on those committees, the outcome is not neutral. The material that a French chemist proved superior to Portland cement in 1978, that an Australian infrastructure project used to pour 70,000 metric tons of low-carbon structural concrete in 2014, and that reduces embodied carbon by up to 80% compared to conventional concrete, still cannot be specified on an American building permit without special variance. The chemistry is not the barrier. The chemistry has been proven for centuries. The barrier is the institutional architecture of an industry that cannot afford to let the chemistry be used. This is not the first time this suppression has operated in plain sight. Go back to 1818. A German chemist named Johann Nepomuk von Fuchs produces the first clearly documented water glass, sodium silicate in aqueous solution, by treating silicic acid with an alkali. His results are published, read widely, and adopted in industrial ceramics, paper manufacturing, and textile treatment throughout the 19th century. In 1846, the commercial term water glass enters the chemical lexicon. By the mid-19th century, sodium silicate is being used in construction as a concrete hardener, as a sealant for porous stone and brick, as an egg preservation compound on farms, as a fire retardant in theater curtains. The material has an industrial supply chain. It is available, affordable, and documented to harden granular materials into cohesive stone. The knowledge is not underground. It is in chemistry textbooks and industrial handbooks. And then, in the early 20th century, the Portland cement industry achieves regulatory capture of the construction standards bodies, and the specifications get written in a way that locks in their product as the only acceptable structural binder. Not because water glass set stone fails, it does not fail, but because the standards do not mention it. And when the standards do not mention it, insurers will not underwrite it, engineers will not specify it, and contractors will not pour it. The material does not disappear from chemistry. It disappears from construction. And the distinction is everything. $400 billion a year depends on that distinction. Let me be honest with you about what this method will and will not do, because the credibility of this knowledge depends on precision, not exaggeration. The water glass and vinegar method produces genuine structural stone. It is not as simple as mixing any sand with any lye solution and assuming the result will bear load. Sand quality matters significantly. Clean quartz sand or river sand with a high silica content produces a stronger matrix than silty or clay-heavy sand. The concentration of your water glass matters. A weak lye solution produces a dilute silicate that does not penetrate deeply enough to produce high compressive strength. The standard for maximizing penetration and strength is a water glass solution that reads between 1.3 and 1.4 grams per milliliter on a simple density measurement. You can reach this range reliably by concentrating your wood ash lye solution through gentle boiling before adding the sand. The acidity of the vinegar matters too. Standard grocery store white distilled vinegar at 5% acetic acid works. Do not dilute it further. Apply it generously, multiple coats, and allow each coat to dry fully before applying the next, to give the acid time to reach progressively deeper into the block. The result after 48 to 72 hours of complete cure will be a material that resists water, resists mild acid, resists freeze-thaw cycling, and loads in compression to levels appropriate for non-structural decorative applications, garden features, outdoor paving, foundation infill, and emergency construction. It will not replace reinforced structural concrete in a high-rise building. No DIY material should, and claiming otherwise would be dishonest. But for off-grid shelter foundations, retaining walls, raised bed borders, garden paths, outdoor steps, fire pit surrounds, camping hearths, and emergency construction in situations where no material supply chain exists, this chemistry gives you the ability to manufacture load-bearing stone from sand, ash, and kitchen acid in under 2 hours. The method adapts.
He definitely was talking about the stuff that I was bringing up, why the Boy Scouts should be having this stuff. It's like campsites, different types of things like that. You could really utilize some techniques like this, and it would really, like, you could beautify your outdoor area with very little there would be very little like erosion from it because it would be a hard as stone.
Adapts to terrain in ways that Portland cement cannot. You cannot quarry limestone, calcine it at 1,450 degrees, and grind it by hand in the wilderness. You can collect wood ash from any fire, leach it with rainwater to produce lye, add local sand, and produce water glass within a few hours over a campfire. The vinegar can be carried in a 1-liter bottle or produced in the field from fermented fruit juice, because acetic acid is the product of any natural alcoholic fermentation left open to air. People have been fermenting vinegar accidentally for as long as they have been leaving alcoholic drinks in warm climates. Indigenous builders across every continent produced lime mortar, mud brick, adobe, and fired clay structures without industrial supply chains, and the silicate chemistry that makes sand into stone is simpler than the kiln firing process required for fired brick. This is not a technology from the future. It is a technology that was buried in the present by an industry that needed the past to be forgotten. There is a detail in the chemistry worth pausing on, because it reveals exactly why this cannot be monopolized, and exactly why that makes it dangerous to a multi-hundred-billion-dollar industry. You cannot patent silicon dioxide. It is the most abundant mineral on Earth. You cannot patent potassium hydroxide. It has been known since antiquity as pearl ash, and the process of making it from wood ash predates recorded history. You cannot patent acetic acid. It is the product of biological fermentation, as old as food, and it occurs naturally in every vineyard, every fruit orchard, every compost pile that has ever sat in rain. You cannot patent the acid-set geopolymerization reaction, because it was formally published in 1627 and documented in scientific literature for 399 years since. There is no molecule to lock up, no manufacturing process to protect, no raw material supply to control. The recipe belongs to anyone who reads it. And what cannot be owned cannot generate the recurring revenue stream that $400 billion annually requires. The business model of the Portland cement industry is not exceptional technology. It is exceptional control. Control over standards bodies. Control over building codes. Control over the professional licensing boards that certify the engineers who write the specifications. Remove that control, and the $400 billion industry becomes a $200 a ton commodity, competing against something anyone can make from sand and fire. That is not a competition the industry can win on merit, which is why the competition is never allowed to start. Here is exactly how to make your first block. The entire material cost is under $5 for enough to produce a square foot of stone 4 inches thick. Collect 2 to 3 cups of wood ash from any hardwood fire. Oak, hickory, maple, and fruit woods produce the highest potassium carbonate content. Avoid ash from treated or painted wood as it contains contaminants. Dissolve the ash in 2 cups of water, stir vigorously for 2 minutes, and let the solids settle for 30 minutes. Filter the liquid through cloth into a clean container. This is your raw lye solution. Heat the filtered liquid in a stainless steel or enamel pot at a steady low simmer, not a boil, for 30 to 45 minutes, to concentrate the potassium hydroxide and reduce water volume by roughly half. Remove from heat and let it cool to room temperature. Now add clean, dry silica sand to the solution, roughly 2 parts sand by volume to 1 part lye solution, and stir continuously while heating the mixture to a gentle simmer for 20 to 30 minutes. The lye will begin dissolving the surface layer of silica from the sand grains and entering solution as potassium silicate. The mixture will thicken slightly and develop a faintly amber tint. Remove from heat, strain the liquid, and let it cool. You now have potassium silicate solution, water glass made from sand and fire. In a separate container, combine your remaining dry sand with enough water glass to coat every grain, roughly 3 parts sand to 1 part water glass by volume. Mix thoroughly until the sand resembles wet packing sand. Press this mixture into any mold, compact it firmly to eliminate voids, and smooth the exposed surface. Fill any mold you have available, from a wooden frame built in 5 minutes from scrap lumber to a cardboard box to a plastic storage container. Shape the exposed face however you want the finished surface to appear. Now, spray or brush white distilled vinegar liberally over every exposed surface. Apply enough to visibly wet the material. Let this first application dry for 30 minutes. Then apply a second coat, then a third. Let the mold sit undisturbed for 24 hours at room temperature. After 24 hours, remove the mold. The block will be firm and hold its shape. Leave it to cure in open air for another 24 to 48 hours for maximum strength. At 72 hours, what you have is artificial sandstone. Press your thumbnail against it. There is no impression. Drop it on the ground from waist height. It does not shatter. It holds. That is the chemistry working. And the only inputs were sand, fire, water, and $2 of grocery store vinegar. 100 years from now, if the building codes finally shift and engineers are allowed to spec what the materials science actually supports, some historian will write about the generation that poured $400 billion a year into limestone powder, while this chemistry sat in 17th century manuscripts, peer-reviewed journals, and the blocks of 4,000-year-old pyramids. The material was never lost. The knowledge was never destroyed. It was simply left out of every document that the industry controlled, and the industry controlled every document that mattered. That is the cleanest form of suppression that exists. You do not burn the books, you write the building codes. Every person who learns this chemistry is one more node in a network that cannot be unknowledged. Sand is everywhere. Fire is everywhere. Vinegar is $2. What they make together is permanent. If this opens something for you, subscribe and share it. The people who profit from your ignorance are spending money right now to make sure this appears below the fold. The only thing that beats their budget is the number of people who already know.
Next news. Breaking news from the White House.
Tonight, President Trump's America First doctrine is no longer a slogan. It's a steel vice closing around Tehran. The White House says the blockade is tightening by the hour. CENTCOM says 34 vessels have already been redirected. Shipping data shows barely any traffic moving through the Strait of Hormuz, and now the message from Washington is crystal clear. If Iranian pirate boats threaten U.S. assets, the Trump administration has authorized lethal force. That's not a warning shot. That is a presidential line in the water. The question tonight is simple. Will Iran back down, or will it test a commander-in-chief who actually means what he says? Now, this matters to every American family because what happens in those shipping lanes, it hits your wallet, your security. And America's standing in the world. Iran has spent years trying to weaponize chaos, oil routes, proxy attacks, harassment at sea, all to squeeze the West and project fake strength. President Trump is flipping that script. Instead of begging the regime to behave like the previous administration did, the Trump administration is forcing a choice. Make a deal or get isolated. That protects U.S. troops, protects global commerce, and tells every hostile regime that the era of empty red lines is over. Now, socially, it sends a message that our allies can understand and our enemies can't ignore. Now, America's back in command. Now, politically, this is a total rebuke of the foreign policy class that gave us endless wars, weak deterrence, and lectures about results. 3 U.S. aircraft carriers are now operating in the Middle East. More than 200 aircraft are in position. And the Navy is enforcing an ironclad blockade without apology. You know what that's called, my friends? That is peace through strength, not surrender through paperwork. And while we're talking about strength, endurance, and getting your edge back, I want to share something very personal with you. For years, my wife battled chronic pain and anxiety from her diagnosis, endless doctor visits, treatments that didn't help. Watching her struggle daily, it broke my heart. And then Jonathan Otto introduced red light therapy to our family. Her pain vanished, anxiety lifted. She's sleeping soundly, full of energy and life again. Now, my recovery and vitality better than guys half my age. Truly life-changing for us. That's why I'm telling you about red light therapy. It's backed by NASA research, FDA cleared, and studies show rapid pain relief and real support for recovery, sleep, and energy. I do it every day. I take methylene blue. I get under my red light, and it works wonders. So if you want to feel stronger and more resilient, go to myredlight.com. Use NNN25 for 25% off individual items or NNN30 for 30% off bundles. You won't regret it. Now back to a president bringing that same kind of strength and clarity to the world stage. Now here's the angle the corporate press does not want to admit. It's working faster than the so-called experts ever predicted. In just 24 hours, shipping data showed only 5 ships moved through the Strait of Hormuz, including 1 Iranian oil tanker. That's not normal maritime traffic. That is pressure. Add in 34 redirected vessels and a U.S. blockade stretching from the Gulf of Oman to the open ocean, and Tehran is learning a very brutal lesson. Under President Trump, America does not ask permission to defend order. Now, this from the press secretary earlier today in one of her last media hits before she departs to give birth to her new daughter.
Well, you heard it straight from the Secretary of War this morning, and he's doing an incredible job on behalf of the president and our armed forces. And you heard it from him. The Iranian Navy, which was once the most powerful naval fleet in the Middle East, has now been reduced to piracy. These IRGC members, these Iranian terrorists, are running around like pirates in the Strait. And President Trump, as commander-in-chief, has given the green light and authorization to the Department of War to take lethal and kinetic action if they deem necessary. If these boats are threatening U.S. assets in the region, they will absolutely be dealt with accordingly. And I think the Secretary of War and the Department of War have shown how capable they are of dealing with drug boats, as evidenced by the many successful strikes on drug boats in the Caribbean Sea that were trafficking illicit poison here to the United States of America. So when the Commander-in-Chief gives an order to the Secretary of War, it is effectuated on when and if necessary, and we have shown that we have the most powerful military in the world, and the United States Navy is doing a tremendous job with this highly effective blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, which is exerting maximum leverage over the Iranian regime. We are strangling their economy, and it's getting weakened by the second.
You know, I'm not sure why they have to wait until they see a threat. I think they've already determined there's a threat. They should just wipe out all the small boats too. They've already wiped out the entire Navy. Why hold back on the small boats? Maybe that's why I'm not commander-in-chief. Okay, maybe that's why I'm not the head of the Department of War, right? The White House just made it plain Trump has authorized force if Iranian pirate boats threaten American assets. Now look at the results in the shipping data. Newsmax reports only 5 ships, including Iranian oil tanker, passed through the strait in the past 24 hours. Shipping data showed Friday after Iran seized 2 container ships and the U.S. kept blockading Iranian ports. The White House posting, the blockade is tightening by the hour. We are in control, nothing in, nothing out. And here is the Secretary of War at the press briefing this morning.
To the regime in Tehran, the blockade is tightening by the hour. We are in control, nothing in, nothing out. Iran's battered military, the IRGC specifically, has been reduced to a gang of pirates with a flag. They cloak their aggression in slogans, but the world now sees them for what they are, criminals on the high seas. They don't control anything. They're acting like pirates, acting like terrorists. They're the ones who lay indiscriminate mines, who shoot at random ships, who killed 45,000 of their own people, innocent protesters in the course of weeks, their own people. They are the bad actors. The vessels that the Iranians seized in recent days, a couple of them, they're not American ships. They're not Israeli ships. They're just random ships that drove where they drove their little speedboats up to and shot at those ships with AK-47s. Anyone with a speedboat, a gun, and the wrong intentions can do that. They know that we, the United States of America, control the flow of global shipping. And we know that they know. Their real Navy is at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf.
And soon the small boats will too. That was a full warning to Tehran. America is in control, and Iran's Navy is a busted pirate operation. Here we have next, the Secretary of War shuts down a reporter's provocative question talking about the extreme level of violence. It's called war, dude.
I heard you talk a lot about bombing people and places, and when you give these orders to carry out this extreme level of violence, what's going through your mind and your body? Do you have like an adrenaline rush? Are you scared? Do you feel like you're on a power trip? Just walk us through and paint us a picture of what it feels like mentally and physically.
It's a very TMZ question. My only thought process is to ensure that our warfighters have everything they need to be successful, defeat and destroy the enemy, and they come home. I want them to feel empowered, to have every authority they need within our rules and within our law to bring maximum violence to the enemy. Because war is violent, war requires doing difficult things, but I want our people to feel empowered, so it's our guys that come home and their guys that do not.
Now, if you don't know what he was referring to, he said it's a very TMZ question. Now, TMZ has just dispatched a couple film crews to Washington, D.C. Apparently, they've now got Pentagon access, which is very interesting. I encourage you to check out Mark Dice's video he just produced about this a couple days ago. Very eye-opening that TMZ would go in and start to cover the Capitol. And that question right there, like, I've never heard a question asked, like, what's going through your body? As if he's like, getting turned on by it or something, or he's getting off on the violence. It's like, that's why he said it's a very TMZ question. But he answered it perfectly. Shifting gears, we go to the White House now for a lighter moment from the office of the First Lady, announcing the expansion of the White House honey program with the addition of newly installed and fully functioning beehive on the South Lawn. Handcrafted by local artisan in the image of the White House, the beautiful new hive will add 2 new bee colonies to the existing 2 colonies that already produce the signature White House honey. Quite the contrast.
Listen, I love honey, but I'm not a fan of bees. I don't know how these guys are doing it without any protection. Gloves or helmets. I would love to have a taste of that honey, though. Anyway, I threw that in there just, a little contrast. We're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, and let's go to the White House now with a beautiful video about honeybees. Yes, after the lighter White House updates, back to the main fight. Hegseth laying out how the blockade's expanding, why the 34 ships have already been turned around, and how the mission is going global.
Unlike the endless wars of the past that dragged on for years and for decades with little to show for it, Operation Epic Fury has delivered a decisive military results in just weeks. Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, as the president has pointed out, all took years, decades. Vague missions, shifting sands, little to show for it. Operation Epic Fury has been laser focused from the very start, as I've said to all of you. Clear mission objectives, and ultimately Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. It's a bold and dangerous mission, a gift to the world, historic, courtesy of a bold and historic president. That mission continues today. In this new phase, as Iran has an important choice, a chance to make a deal, a good deal, a wise deal. As part of that effort, the United States has imposed an ironclad blockade that grows more powerful by the day. From the Gulf of Oman to the open oceans, our Navy is enforcing this blockade without hesitation or apology. Now, as usual, there's a lot of false information out there. I'll say this, every ship that the U.S. believes meets our criteria, either Iranian ships or to and from Iranian ports, has been turned around. As of this morning, 34 total. Non-Iranian vessels are allowed to transit, and many have, including overnight. Not only is the blockade growing, in fact, a second aircraft carrier will join the blockade in just a few days, but this growing blockade is also gone global. Just this week, we seized 2 Iranian dark fleet ships in the Indo-Pacific region that had left Iranian ports before the blockade went into effect. They thought they'd made it out just in time. They did not. We seized their sanctioned ships, and we will seize more. Our blockade is growing and going global.
Going global. I hope that Moscow's listening, China's listening. U.S. Central Command, for the first time in decades, 3 aircraft carriers are operating in the Middle East at the same time, accompanied by their carrier air wings, USS Abraham Lincoln, USS Gerald R. Ford, and USS George H.W. Bush, including over 200 aircraft and 15,000 sailors and Marines. That's exactly why Tehran's panicking. CENTCOM giving the hard number on the blockade right here. The blockade against ships entering or exiting Iranian ports continues to date. U.S. forces have redirected 34 vessels. And here's the big reveal. Biden's regime wants the world to believe it still commands fear on the water, but according to the White House, the Secretary of War, its Navy has been reduced to piracy speedboats, random seizures and mine threats, AK-47 theatrics. In other words, the myth is collapsing. America controls the sea lanes. America has 3 carrier groups in theater. America has the legal authority, the military power, and now the presidential green light to destroy threats if necessary. Hegseth said it plainly, give our warfighters enough authority that they need, bring the maximum violence to the enemy, and make sure our people come home. That's the difference between global leadership and global humiliation. President Trump's not playing defense. He's dictating the terms. So let's sum this up, shall we? The blockade is real. The squeeze is tightening. Iran's terror fleet is being exposed as a gang of pirates with a flag. And President Trump's made clear that attacks on U.S. assets will be met with force, not excuses. That's what America First looks like when it leaves the campaign trail and hits the command center. And while the Navy locks down hostile waters overseas, the White House is also sending a signal of confidence and continuity at home, with the First Lady Melania Trump expanding the South Lawn Honey program with a new beehive. Strength abroad, stability at home. That's leadership. If you support President Trump's blockade and believe Iran should face maximum pressure, answer this yes or no question in the comments. Should every hostile vessel threatening U.S. forces be stopped immediately? Share this report everywhere. Subscribe if you haven't. Check out the Next News merch shelf below this video and text RAW FEED to 844-840-4963 so YouTube can't bury this channel and you get direct messages from me straight to your phone.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this. Share this now.
And a tornado in the U.S. state of Oklahoma has injured 10 people. Spectacular images emerging from the town of Enid, the location of Vance Air Force Base. An emergency warning has been issued and structural damage is being reported In addition to injuries, several tornadoes have already been recorded in the state as the start of tornado season begins in central regions of the U.S., known as Tornado Alley.
This stupid bitch raises a kid. This kid is trying to sexually harass a girl. Girl tells him no and walks away from him. And then he takes her, pile drives her, and then stomps on her head on the sidewalk. And this is the kid's mom.
That's your dad. Smack the shit out of you right now, right? No, you stand right here. No, you stand right here. You stand right here.
Well, no, it's because you're pussy.
That's because you're pussy.
Damn, I'm not trying to watch that. God damn, who does this?
I've been getting death threats of this situation. Everybody targeting me.
Why did he stomp on her head?
She said something to him. You know what she did first? She pushed him.
That's right. See, she said something to him, and that means that it's okay for him to stomp on her head.
And he has flat foot, 10 foot, but like that, because I took him to the hospital Monday, too.
Yeah.
Yes!
Well, you don't
Should
see
the mom
that
be held responsible, too? Yeah, of course.
on the video.
I have that video.
No, you
I
don't.
have that piece of
But
video.
No, you don't.
No, the same one.
But her shoving him, how does that equal him picking her up, dropping her on her neck, and then stomping on her head?
Let me be
It
clear.
seems like you're justifying it.
No. They were coming from school together.
I love how she says that as if it's some kind of like an explanation that doesn't even make sense.
Okay.
Because you're friends. Going to the park. That's what they did every day.
And then she's bullying him.
She's bullying Najee from in the school. She's a racist. She's calling dirty slurs.
Right.
That's from my understanding because it's been emailed me from the school.
That's from my understanding.
My kids, if they take phone, they email the parents.
Right.
Yes, because they're so smart they are.
Do you have the video where you say she's harassing him? Do you have that video?
From in the school. Yes, I have everything.
Can you give it to us?
No.
You have it? Okay. Can we have it? No. Because you're lying. You're trying to protect your son that's an animal.
I have many defense of him.
The only video we have now is him slamming her
There are many
into the sidewalk.
because East Harlem School is a violent school.
The reason why it's a violent school is because animals like your son are allowed to exist in it. That's the reason why it's a violent school.
Do you have any sympathy for her?
My condolence to her, yes, as a mom, because I have two daughters, and I'm sorry, but bullying, it comes from bullying. The government needs to step in because that same school,
I think the government needs to step in too, but not in the way you want them to. I completely agree with you.
Was he trying to get her phone number? Was he trying to date her?
He has her number. She's on Instagram. She's on WhatsApp sending messages. You
Oh my
understand?
God.
And in the classroom, she keep on provoking him in the history and global class. He
She
can't
made
find
him
no
mad.
peace.
So he just lost it.
Yes. So you have to push him, but he's a quiet.
So he just lost it. Okay, so he just got really mad and he did it. Okay, so we have somebody that's barely literate in English that's defending her complete fucking Neanderthal son who's stomping women's head in on the pavement because worst case scenario, she called them a mean word. Like, what are we doing here? Like, this is insane.
Marie, come on.
Was that a ferret?
Come on the way.
Jesus, bro, they tased this guy and he just pulls it off? Oh my god. He just runs away. Wow.
I wanted my phone out.
Jesus, man. Level 99 barbarian. Look at him. Look how big this guy is. They're zapping him and he just walks forward. He pulls the fucking thing off. The guy hits him. He doesn't even notice it. Jesus. Gotta be like 6'4". Yeah, it's a big boy. Adrenaline, yeah. 2 guys, too. Oh my God, what are the cops doing? That's embarrassing, isn't it? The cables are still on, he didn't give a fuck. Yeah, this is insane, man. They reduced the taser voltage in Britain from 50K down to 1K by law. Police officers, the switch to the lower voltage taser is in current development. It was formally approved by the Home Secretary in 2025. Wait, it's true. Voltage, maximum output reduced to 1,000 volts compared to 50,000 initial arc on the older models. Okay, so what? Son used to shot his dog. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I gotta understand this. Okay, so 900. So basically, So this is literally like it's a vibrator. Yeah, except from exactly 1,000 is just a tickle. I don't know if it is or not. Like I don't think I've ever really been electrocuted before. I have no idea. It can exceed 1,000 T10. So it went from so no wonder the guy just pulled it off and ran away. He just said, "Get this shit out of here." So they're. Oh my God. It's not about voltage, but also about current? Well, apparently it didn't work. I'll tell you that. The thing is that... Here, let me show you what it's like here in America, all right? Police officer used a taser. Okay, all right, this is in America.
Caught on camera, dramatic incident between a man and a police officer in Miami. Take a look at this video. It was shot yesterday on North Bayshore Drive. The man approached the officer who was investigating something else. Police say he refused to back off and kept walking towards the officer with an unknown object in his hand. And even after the officer fired his taser, the man continued screaming at the officer and walking towards him. Once the other officers arrived, the man finally surrendered.
Wait. Oh, it worked on. It didn't work on him too. Oh my God. Well, let me. All right. How about this one? Bad example. Yeah. Here we go.
What? Hey, he's stealing out my store.
He's stealing.
Where? Which store? Family Dollar.
Fam? Classic. Stealing out the Family Dollar.
You get that paper? Here.
Uh-huh. It's TOS? It's not TOS. If it's on YouTube, it's not TOS.
Juliet 144.
Micro looting? Yeah. Here we go.
Do you have a single 9 in progress at the Family Dollar 929?
Family Dollar. And they're trying to run him down.
1054.
Here it is.
Long Mountain signal 9. Hey, come here.
Come here, retard. Come here. Come here, retard.
Come here. Hey, come here. Come here right now. Brother, I'm gonna fucking tase you, man. I'm gonna fucking tase
you. And that's what they always do, bro. Every time, they always go into that mummy pose. Oh, man. Put him in a coffin, right? God damn.
HQ Juliet 144. One tased at the corner of Willow Branch and College.
God, I love watching them get zapped, bro. Like I love watching them get zapped. It's so fucking funny. Let's see. Is there another one? I'm gonna watch. I want to watch another one. I love watching this happen. Here we go.
34 radio.
Same, bro. Yeah.
Hold on for me, boss man. Hold on. 72 stop at
Church's Chicken. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Okay.
538 Lee Street.
Right.
Black Nissan Altima under attack. Sam, Mary, item 6332.
You done with him?
You got your license on you? Yeah.
Yeah.
You the registered owner of the vehicle? Yes, sir. Okay.
You said it do roll down? Okay.
Nissan, that was my first car. Hey, shut up.
Car and just roll the window down. He's doing the traffic stop. I appreciate it.
He gonna try and drive away?
You know your license suspended?
Did you know your license is suspended? Uh-oh.
Hey, get your hand on. Hey, get your hand.
Hold on. Nope. Don't do that. No, okay. Don't start.
Don't stop. Please stop. Oh, man. What?
On the fucking ground. On the ground. Turn over. Turn over. Turn over. Turn over now. Turn over. Stay the fuck down. Stay on the fucking ground. Give me your goddamn hands now.
You see, bro, they said he come into the pose again every single time immediately. Oh!
Give me the other hand. Other hand.
Yep. What a fucking idiot.
Yep.
Yep.
Another one.
Another one. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Start putting this in
This is
car.
Well, we right here.
Oh, man.
Another one.
Airplane mode.
Another one again?
Another?
Jesus.
Another one.
Jesus. Somebody's taking a long vacation, huh?
And I said I wasn't gonna get into shit today.
Man. Just a bunch of backpacks full of shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yep.
See if they got anybody working still.
I got mine right here.
Man, that is fucking funny. I love watching. Went from a ticket to a felony in 5 minutes because they're stupid. That's the reason why. They're just fucking stupid. How not to ask when an officer asks for your ID. Oh man, maybe I might have to watch another one of these. Like, ask for your ID, and it's another dude. I might. Oh man, like it's been a few days, hasn't it? It really has been a few days. We haven't done one of these for a while. I think you guys deserve it.
On October 15, 2024, officers pulled over a vehicle for failing to completely stop at a stop sign.
A Dodge.
All right, man. Officer Rodriguez with the Orlando Police Department.
Yeah.
Your vehicle?
You got my license registration.
Oh, I remember this guy. Okay. You got to stop at stop sign. So.
I remember this guy. You know what's crazy is that every restaurant has an 80-20 rule where you get 80% of your traffic from 20% of your customers. It's crazy the police probably have the same thing.
Okay.
What's stop sign?
Okay, I'll just write you something.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna take it to court.
That's fine. That's your right to do so. Okay.
But it seems like, ma'am, you got a license on you? Ma'am.
No, ma'am. No, sir. I'm a minor. I don't know.
How old are you?
I'm
19?
I'm 18.
So you're not a minor. You're an adult.
No, but I don't want to talk to nobody.
Okay, we're not wearing a seatbelt, so I need your ID. Okay, it's still illegal.
The
so you
seatbelt's
put a sat in the back. I need your ID. I need your ID. It's plain and simple. You have to be wearing a seatbelt in the front seat.
You can write me that
so
citation.
stupid?
Well, she would be getting a citation.
Nah,
What's wrong
you
with
can write
them?
me that
No, that goes to the passenger.
I don't know. I don't know nothing.
So,
Ma'am, the
it's
simple-
a safety issue. You could have sat in the back if the seatbelt's broken.
Even now, they're just saying, okay, let me just get your ID and sit in the back seat. They're giving her an off-ramp even now. Even now.
Okay, I don't. Well, okay, unfortunately, you could have switched to the back, so I need your ID.
38
I need,
that's
I need
pretty low.
your ID. Are we going to keep going back and forth, or I have to take you to jail for resisting? It's that simple. I'm giving you a lawful command for you to give me your ID.
I'm not a part of it. It's not even my vehicle.
It doesn't matter. You're not wearing a seatbelt in the front seat.
Write me the citation.
Ma'am.
Write me the
That's my
citation.
shirt.
Sorry, it goes to her. You're making this a lot harder.
She's not driving. You pulled me over.
Uh-huh.
I have nothing to do with this. Y'all making me very.
I'm okay with that.
Ma'am, I need you to identify yourself, okay?
Sir, okay, I'll explain it to both of you guys at the same time, okay?
Uh-huh.
She's not wearing a seat. Are you gonna let me explain, or you keep talking over?
She's not driving.
It's so annoying, bro. They're so annoying. Jesus.
You're gonna step out of the car.
Write me that citation. I don't have to get out the car.
Yep, you're being difficult, both
No,
of
I'm
you are.
not. I gave you my license registration.
So I'm educating you, okay?
Okay.
The least you can do is give me your ID because it's required.
Where is the case law? Who did I injure?
Pennsylvania versus Mims is the case law.
I love how, like, this guy thinks that he's gonna ask some kind of fucking, oh, I'm gonna trick the police up. I'm gonna ask them what the case law is on this, and then they won't be able to arrest me. And then the guy just comes back like, oh, it's Pennsylvania versus this guy. And he's like, it's like you plan one step ahead.
It's very cut and clear. If you're in the front seat, you're not wearing a seatbelt, you can go. You get a ticket. And you're required to identify yourself.
I'm going to get a ticket for it. Even if I identify myself, I'm not going to get a ticket.
No, it's a ticketable offense, but we use our discretion to give you a ticket or not.
That's right.
But you have to identify yourself. Okay? Because if we're going to write a ticket for somebody, right, we have to know who they are.
But
what's that?
But are you writing me a ticket? This girl is stupid. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, this conversation, like, this is a profoundly stupid individual. This is a bottom 10%er.
With how things
don't hit my shit.
You're probably going to get a ticket.
They're trying to block her in.
Both hands on the steering wheel. I'm gonna have you step out. Both of you are stepping out of this car. You first. You hear me?
It's adult daycare.
You're not doing whatever you want.
I'm a free man.
I'm
a free man. I don't recognize your authority.
I don't recognize your authority. Oh.
Oh my God. Can you call my mom, please?
No, I'm not calling her right now.
I don't know what's going on. I'm in fear for my life right now.
Put your hands.
Isn't it crazy how stupid these people are that all they had to do was just cooperate and be normal, and they create friction at every single point of failure. Every single way that something can be misunderstood, misconstrued, done wrong, intentional, not complied with, they fuck up everything. Jesus.
I'm in fear for my life.
Put your hands on the dashboard. Ma'am, put your hands on the dashboard.
That's what I was thinking.
Keep your clothes on, ma'am. Stop doing that.
Stop. Ma'am, what are you doing? Put your clothes on. Put your clothes on.
Ma'am, you're going to get pulled out and we're going to put your clothes on.
Damn, bitch. What the fuck? What the fuck? What is she fucking retarded? See, she tried to do it off camera. I see. Damn, what a stupid. It's a defense mechanism. No, she's trying to do that to make herself look like a victim.
Stop doing that.
Stop doing that. Put your clothes on. Ma'am, put your clothes on.
Oh. Look at her. This is all over a dry. Like, what are you doing? Just put on. What is wrong with you?
What are you doing right now? What are you doing? Come on, put your clothes on.
Oh my God.
Cover up.
She is a child. I'm not lying. Yeah, mentally.
My mama. Could y'all stop him? Y'all put him under the coat. Y'all arrested him for nothing.
Oh my
we
God.
didn't do nothing.
Put your bra on.
Put your arm on. Come on.
Why did she take her clothes off over nothing? The fuck's wrong with her? Thank God for body cams. And this is the exact kind of story that you would see like 10 years ago. CNN would run something like this, and say, black teen script searched by white officers in Florida, possibly motivated by race, and you'd have, coverage of this and everything. Oh my, twist the story. Yeah, body cams have been so fucking damaging to all of these anti-police narratives. It's crazy.
We didn't do nothing. We didn't do nothing.
She didn't do anything, guys.
We didn't do nothing.
She didn't do anything.
Okay, let's do this.
Let's
put your jacket on.
We didn't even do nothing.
Put your zipper on.
No, it's hot.
We're gonna cover you up because you felt the need to take off your clothes for no reason.
It's hot. And y'all trying to pull us out of the car.
So let me get this straight. You pulled your titties out because it was hot, just randomly in front of like 3 random dudes? Like, really? Because I was hot?
Take off my shirt and y'all put us in the car.
Now you're gonna be covered up.
Nothing.
You're gonna be covered up. And you're gonna be detained.
For what though?
That's crazy.
My ID. He has my ID.
Does he have it?
Yes.
Okay.
Then
Then we will.
Why am I getting pulled out of the car? He has my stuff.
You're just detained. We can still traffic stop.
Jesus.
Why though?
Stand there.
Jesus.
In Florida, we could ask any occupant of the vehicle to step on out.
Donna, she's right. She didn't do anything what the police said. Yeah, she didn't do a damn thing.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Yeah.
It's so pathetic, bro.
It's so hot. I hate being outside like this.
You're doing the most right now.
You're doing the most right now.
I hate being outside like this. I don't like being stopped for no reason. I don't like being bothered.
I don't consider any search of this.
I don't like being exactly so wrong.
You failed to identify.
Jesus Christ, man. How are they so stupid? I don't know. Mental hospital? I don't. Give me a sec. I use the bathroom again. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. All right. I love watching these. I'm going to be real. I do. I will never get tired of this. I'll never get tired of people like this getting packed up. It's so funny. Could it be they're so brainwashed by everybody telling them the police is out to hurt them that they're literally scared shitless at the sight of them? Yeah, I do think the media playing up the fact that the police, oh, well, if the police pull you over, you're dead. They're going to shoot you. They're going to kill you. That's what's going to happen. And yeah, I do think it makes it a lot worse.
Yourself. You failed to identify yourself. I was standing at the window. You failed to identify.
I don't want to talk.
Oh,
Y'all
you need to identify yourself because you're not wearing a seatbelt. You're not wearing a seatbelt.
I never heard that though. I never heard that I had identified myself.
Then we are the law enforcement.
I never heard that I didn't have my seatbelt on. Well, did you have it on or not?
We educate people on that. We don't give tickets and arrest people for no reason.
I don't like talking to the police, though. I don't like talking to them.
Then all you gotta do is listen.
It's not me. I'm not the person
all you gotta do is listen.
I have anxiety,
That's
though.
it.
Like, I
have anxiety.
That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it.
This is ridiculous.
That has nothing to do with it. You're throwing out excuses for no reason. That has nothing to do with it.
They don't give a fuck.
You just could have gave us your name at the beginning. We would have left you in the car. You would have stayed in the car. You probably would have got a ticket or a verbal warning, and that's it.
And then after I already gave him my ID, y'all was going to take him out of the car, then y'all said take me out of the car because he wasn't cooperating. I cooperated.
Nah. I stood at the door.
Nah.
Because he wasn't cooperating. I cooperated.
Nah. I stood at the door with my partner for at least 3 or 4 minutes.
I love it.
And I gave you multiple.
When he wasn't cooperating, you already take me out of the car, and I was cooperating with you at that point when I gave you my ID because you had
too late.
Before exactly too late because you was he was already not cooperating.
You did this to yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We always do it to ourselves. We know. If y'all kill me, I did it to myself too, right?
Oh right. It's because you got pulled out of the car because you're black. This is what happened. It's by the way, the guy this guy's not a white guy. He's probably Cuban or something like that. He's Hispanic in one way or another. He's not a white guy. At least he doesn't look like it. So like this whole thing, right? Yeah, no, that's the reason why.
If I pass out because I'm hot out here, I have asthma and I have bad anxiety. If I pass out, it's my fault too, right?
I have asthma as well.
Right? What the? Leave me alone. Y'all stay messing with everybody's life. You gotta call my mama, please.
Not this moment. Not at this moment.
Can I call my mom? No. Okay, but can I call my mom?
This is ridiculous. I don't like being stopped for no reason. Y'all stopped this car 50 times in 1 month. Why?
50 times? Wait, what?
Y'all stopped this car 50 times in 1 month.
That's how they knew it was him. She's probably exaggerating, but it's probably happened a lot more. Probably 5 times. But still, I mean, how many times a month do you get stopped?
Why?
For me, it's 0.
Y'all want it? Y'all want to write something.
Yeah, you can't see now. I'm familiar with the Plainview doctor.
Uh-huh.
And I'm glad I never been in it. This I swear to God, I've been in it twice. But bro, this is ridiculous. Y'all is sad as damn,
Yo, listen to this shit. Oh my, shut the fuck up.
I'm telling you, I don't consent to any search of the seasons.
Huh?
I'm just letting you know. Huh?
I'm just burning up.
Is she going or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm burning up.
Stand up.
This is kind of the base.
Stand up. We're gonna get you out of the heat.
It does count as total base.
Uh-huh.
Judge, 1 total base.
Where am I going?
We're gonna walk to this car.
Uh-oh. A new car.
Where am I going?
I'll explain it to you when we sit inside the car. Because you're hot, right? You want to get you AC?
Yeah.
Just where there's AC. There's AC in the jail.
So you're like a friend or a relative?
There's AC in jail?
Friend? Relative?
He won't talk to
Has
him?
no ticket to the road yet.
No. Because we're still dealing with her.
Uh-huh.
So here's the deal, okay?
What's the deal?
You're gonna get arrested for resisting without violence, okay? I gave you multiple commands for you to give me your ID, and you didn't give me your
I gave you my ID, so I have.
I sat there.
No, you didn't.
I sat there multiple.
She got a nose ring, too. How is it that everybody that has a nose ring is fucked up? Everybody that has a nose ring is just fucked up in one way or another. Not in the same way all the time, but like, damn. What is it, like 99 out of 100 times they're fucked up?
Times give you commands.
And what else? What am I getting arrested for?
Resisting without violence. I just told you. Yes,
Really,
that's it.
sir?
That's
Bro,
it?
please,
Yeah, that's right.
Please.
I can't.
I did not pull away from you, though. I didn't do anything.
It doesn't need to be that. It isn't.
I just I gave you my stuff.
It's way too long.
But I gave it to you within, 5 minutes?
And the thing is that you realize that the reason why he told her that you have to sit down first before I tell you what you're sitting down for is because he knew that she would start wilding out, trying to get out of it, wouldn't get in the car. So, like, he planned this out ahead of time. He says, well, you're going to sit in the car first, and then I'm going to tell you, so that way you can't fight me to try to get in the car. Like, this is a professional here. You see this? Yeah, it's mental chess, right? And it's like when you're playing chess with a pigeon, you know, like, stops, you win.
Trying to got yourself into it. Yeah, we're on
Right before we leave.
Oh my God, is he going to jail?
I don't know.
Like, because he did this, that's what I'm saying. He did the same thing like us, and y'all stopped him.
Yeah.
Oh, she legit undressing.
Undressing?
She was topless, bro. We have to put the jacket on her.
My supervisor's here. She's gonna search real quick, okay?
Uh-oh.
Face the car.
He arrested me for not giving him my ID, but it didn't take longer than 5 minutes. They stopped him for not stopping at the stop sign. I'm confused. I'm really confused about it. The police been in my life all my life.
What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck? What?
I'm really having anxiety right now. He been asking me for my ID. I'm like, well, why you asking me for my ID and y'all stopped him? You know what I'm saying? Trying to get an answer. He was not giving it to me. So eventually when they started being aggressive on him, pulling him out of the car, about to pull him out of the car, I gave it to him because I was scared. He said he arrested me for resisting arrest with violence or without.
Without violence.
Without violence, but how?
Okay. I'll explain to you in a second. Do you have anything on you?
No.
No? Okay.
Roger,
You see, they just say, okay.
you please call my mama because I don't understand this.
We'll explain it to you, okay?
Adult daycare, bro.
Plenty of times for nothing, but seriously things, and this is nothing.
Man.
I'll talk to you in a second, okay?
I don't want to go to jail.
Okay.
I didn't do anything. Please tell me before they take me. I don't want to go to jail.
She doesn't want to go to jail, guys.
Tango for this.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
I wonder why.
I gave him my ID. He has it right now.
I think she's 22.
Can you give me a second? And then I'll talk to you again, okay? Just watch your feet, okay? Take care.
Good? Turn around for me, sir. And just stay facing that way until I get both the handcuffs off, all right? Appreciate you.
Yeah, where's your phone at? Okay.
So let me get this straight. All she really had to do was be normal. The guy that actually was driving and fucked up is going to be able to drive away. He's going to be fine. And so she really brought this entire fucking thing on herself. Like, she didn't even do anything wrong. And he's, oh my God. Really? That's insane. She had warrants? Wait, what?
She leaves her purse and her phone.
Okay. Her phone is right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got her
Sir,
phone.
she needs her purse and her phone. I'm grabbing it. And she cannot have this. So I'm leaving the pepper spray in your car, sir.
Uh-huh.
She has weed in her purse.
She said she wanted her purse? They had weed? Yeah.
Uh-oh.
95 in the car. Okay.
You got your business card?
I got you. So you got the ticket. These are 2 business cards. You're not free to leave it.
Oh, you said I'm not free to leave.
You are not free to leave.
So I'm still detained.
Yeah. Yeah, weed in the purse. So we'll come. ID number is me.
I love how he's trying to talk about it like, you know, this is some kind of unreasonable thing that's going on. And they're like, yeah, man, you're actually detained. By the way, remember what I said about Home Depot? If this guy was at the Home Depot, I have a feeling that things would not have escalated. I do. I've got a feeling. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But I'm just thinking about it.
She had weed in her purse. Your search only limits to the purse. It doesn't limit to the car.
That is untrue.
That is.
What is your first name, sir? Okay. Anybody knows her? Bro, ticket.
What's his Leo? What's his first name?
I'm trying to give you back your stuff.
It's always really funny to me when like sub 80 IQ people think that they're going to use the law and like have a legal debate with a police officer. Because like they're so stupid that they don't even understand that they're stupid. They have no idea that they're stupid. So they'll just say whatever the fuck they want.
Do you want your visa?
Or give them to me.
See, I'm trying to help you out, bro.
The rabbi video?
I'm not helping you
This
out.
is not a 106 IQ.
You can't. It don't even matter.
I don't think it is.
Because right now you search my car and I say I don't consider you to search.
You don't need consent.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Definitely do.
No, you don't.
But it's all fine though.
You're all
I'm
wrong.
getting all your names and badges.
That's fine. Everything you said so far is wrong, and I continue to correct you.
She wanted her purse
You
back?
can limit your search to the purse only.
Do you not understand me?
I said you can limit your search to the purse only. That's not my purse.
We understand.
I don't smoke or drink. You smell no weed coming from the car.
We understand that it's
So
not the purse.
so
We
you
understand
also
that it's
you
her
also
purse.
agree. When you grab the purse and you open the purse.
He's saying you can't search it while they're searching it.
You can limit your search to the purse.
I'll take that.
You're wrong.
Yes, I am right.
Okay.
I know I'm right.
I don't have to go to law school to know.
We're not gonna risk our job.
I don't have to go to law school to know. Fucking based.
Not for a back, I promise you, bro.
But it's fine. I'm gonna get all your names.
Yeah, that's fine. I gave you mine, and I gave you hers. I think everybody else gave you yours.
That's fine.
Oh, but that doesn't limit the.
I already stated I don't consent.
Yeah, doesn't matter. First in the car, was it not? Was the purse in or out of that car?
Did you smell weed coming from the car, right? Plainview Doctrine, right? You looked in the car. Did you see weed? No.
We found weed.
Did you smell weed? No.
We found weed. I don't even look.
Plainview Doctrine. You found the weed inside the purse, right?
Inside the car.
Inside the purse, right?
Inside the car.
Inside the purse.
Inside of the purse that's inside of the car, man. Like, what are you doing? What do you think that the purse is like a safe zone? That it's not in the car? Like, are really? Like, god damn. Bro thinks he's cooking. He does. He thinks he got him.
Inside the purse.
You can keep doing all this shit. You can still search the
keep
car.
doing whatever you want.
So you can keep doing all that
And
talking.
that's fine. Like I said.
Go to the.
Did I get your business card?
Yes, absolutely. I got my name, my badge, everything on it.
All right.
Go to the police department. Go to the Tallahassee court, federal court, wherever you need to go. Just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, it's no point of holding court on the side of the road, right? It's no point.
You're right.
Let's go to court. Yeah, for sure. You're definitely going to get a court over this.
That is actually a great statement.
He thinks he's winning, yeah.
So I see the body cam still rolling. Is yours rolling? Yours on the phone.
Yes.
You see it? Get it.
You have no authority over
I
me.
do.
You're telling me to stay here.
You're 17.
I'm a
You
free man.
You see that? Red light on?
Okay. All right. So you search my car, right? Search my trunk. It's a locked compartment. You search my. It's locked too, because you need my key to unlock it. You need a search warrant though to search compartment that's locked, right? Can you show me that search warrant? So you guys can't show me. Right? So you can't show me the search.
It's not answering you is not saying you're right. It's just like we're not gonna.
I know.
That's all it is.
We don't even want to deal with you anymore, bro. Like, yeah, whatever, man.
That's all it is.
This is me putting you guys on notice.
I'm putting you all on notice.
I promise you guys.
Well, just know that if there is a violation, yes, we
Yeah.
absolutely do have to give it just for future reference, okay? This is probably a really stupid arrest, but I'm going to check your cuffs, make sure that they're not tight, and then we'll go from there, okay? Okay.
Yeah, we can get him out. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Are you good with the Mike, are you good with him? Yes. His keys are in the center.
All right, you're free to go. Do you have any questions for me?
I mean, as long as I get y'all.
Everything.
I can't
My
focus.
information. My information's in the ticket. You have everything on me. Your keys are in the center console, so you're free to go.
You want your keys?
She was charged with resisting without violence and possession of cannabis. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my fucking God. Like honestly, it's crazy for me to see. He was right. What is this here? He was right. They can't search it, but they can tow the vehicle. And if the glove box is locked, they can't search it, but they can tow the vehicle. Yeah, but like, do you really want your vehicle towed? Probably not. And so, call at the beginning, they were high as fuck. Yeah, exactly. Like, honestly, some of these people, it's insane how stupid some of these people are. Really, it is. Like, it's shocking for me to see this. One more. All right, we'll watch Drug Dealer's Worst Nightmare Came True. Not today, but tomorrow. I will promise you guys, and I don't do this. I do not do this, but I will promise you guys I'll watch that one, okay? That's got a lot of views. It's probably going to be a good one, okay? There's always they probably come up with a reason for why it's this is what, oh my God. Oh my, really? Why do they keep getting dragged out of their cars? Really? Like, what is this? Like, Jesus, I don't understand what this is. Racist woman assaults a group of little kids? Wait, what the fuck? Like, God, what the fuck is going on with these people? Jesus, man, people are out of their fucking mind.
Oh, wow. Wow.
He got a punch to the face, and that's not good for any relationship. There's no way to describe this as good. There's no way to describe this as healthy or natural. He said it was a love tap, is what he called this. Anyway, why are we obsessing over this? Well, because there's quite a bit of news now out of France, the future of Emmanuel and Brigitte as the head of state in that country where they have lost all of the power for their ruling party, their left-wing party. Macron's wife, Brigitte, smacks him as they arrive. And it's not the first time that it's happened. They did it again and again. This is something that's obviously showcasing some real strain, the two of them. It's real troubled times inside of the palace. She refused to hold hands. Don't marry your students, I guess, right? I mean, it's like totally and completely predatory in nature. Emmanuel Macron has had a rough role as the president of France. Tons of scandals, eroding political power, nightmarish public stunts and PR. I mean, for a French politician, that's a pretty high standard, pretty high threshold, and he's reached it, and it's just been bad. And now he says he's done. Emmanuel Macron has said that he will leave politics permanently now. His term will end in early 2027, and he's over. He's done. French President Emmanuel Macron says he will not remain in politics. He will leave the palace in 2027. Once his 2 terms are over, he's not going to return. He doesn't have really a record to defend. Elected in 2017 at the age of 39, Macron became France's youngest president. He was totally selected. They always groom these guys. You know what I mean? That's what Brigitte was there for. Since the Fifth Republic was founded in 1958, he was reelected in 2022, but cannot stand for a 3rd term in next year's presidential polls. Also, his polls are very, very bad. Emmanuel Macron tells a group of high school students in Cyprus that he will not continue in politics after 10 years.
Mais c'était pour, et c'est toujours pour faire des choses que je crois pas simplement utiles, mais c'est me battre pour que voilà mon pays et puis notre Europe.
I want to ensure my country can move forward, he says. Well, this is what the country wants to do. Look at this. The blue is anti-Macron votes. This was an election that was held last month. The results of the local elections in France are already in, and the RN party, this is the right-wing Patriots Party, swept away the left-wing candidates in red. Everything points to the left being completely and totally destroyed in France. Yeah, this is a total and complete landslide. France's Marie Le Pen's National Party makes massive gains ahead of 2027 presidential election, including winning the mayoral race in Nice, something that has been a left-wing stronghold. And now you can see massive victory in Nice, France. Other right-wing candidates scored big victories across France tonight as well. Look at this is the outcome. Marie Le Pen is a celebrity. She's like a Trump-like celebrity all throughout France. She can't go anywhere without getting like mobbed in a good way, as the French demand, beg for their civilization back from third world invaders, which of course, if you go to Paris these days, you will see 0 French people. Instead, you will see rubbish bins on fire, lean-tos, tents, fraudsters, the entire third world dumped upon the shores of France, the camp of the saints, as it would be called. They will be tired. They will be hungry. They will be cold. They won't care about your civilization. They won't care. They will make a fire out of your beautiful oak door. Right-wing candidates scored big victories across France tonight. The polls show right-wing parties winning all throughout Europe, not just in France, but in Germany and in Italy and in Austria and in UK. And ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing just this trend across Europe. We've covered it many times. For instance, in Denmark, the anti-Islamic migration, the party that ran on remigration, sending all the Syrians back to Syria, won, tripled its vote share and seats following the election. People are sick. Their platform was deporting refugees, limiting asylum, and closing all borders. Danes want their country back. What will Emmanuel Macron leave as a legacy? He says, I don't do politics before, I won't do it after. He says he's done, he's out. His legacy will be awkward handshakes with President Trump, being completely and totally put on blast by the president.
Building peace. For Macron, that is the most beautiful language. I have no idea what he's saying, but that is the most elegant.
No idea what he's saying. Getting completely mogged in the press by questions, let's just say, about Brigitte. Some pretty huge dates, by the way, like in case you're following all of this, some really big dates are coming up for the defamation case with Candace Owens and Brigitte in America. Like, it's totally and completely unprecedented case. A foreign head of state will, is going to provide, this is according to the reports, proof that Brigitte is in fact a biological woman. Now, I've argued that you could do this very easily. You simply need to pluck a strand of hair that will be able to tell if you have XY or XX chromosomes. It's pretty obvious that you cannot fake any of that. A fleck of skin, a droplet of saliva. These are the kind of things that can indicate what your genetic gender is. And there are from a chromosomal level, there are two genders. That's it. So that's all you would need. Macron has been embarrassed on the world stage. He has left France in a much worse place. His globalist policies for the French people have made their beautiful cities and land unlivable, unrecognizable. Was he caught doing cocaine that one time? Right? Remember that little baggie that they had? You have German, English, and French leaders here. What a bunch of dorks, by the way. These Europeans are. This is from like a video in Ukraine. They say it's false, whatever. Everybody was noticing like this little small white baggie and saying, hey, were they caught with cocaine? It's not a bag of cocaine. Contrary to online claims, it's a Macron, Starmer, and Merz. This is the German, English, and French leaders caught on video returning a bag of white powder to the table, quickly pockets it, and hides the spoon. Oh my goodness. What could it possibly be? Depicts the same scene, and it looks like it's a scrunched tissue, not a bag of powder. Oh, okay. Got it.
Next news. Breaking news.
Tonight, the temperature in Washington just hit a boiling point. President Donald Trump fired off late-night Truth Social posts tying Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and former CIA chief John Brennan to the Russia hoax. And then he went even further, declaring Obama guilty of treason. Hours later, the Justice Department announced it's expanding federal execution methods to include the firing squad. Now, to be precise, no charges have been filed tied to Trump's accusation, but the sequence sent social media into absolute overdrive. Trump names names, the DOJ updates policy, And suddenly the entire country is asking one explosive question: what happens next? This matters to every American because the core issue is bigger than a man or a post or a political fight. If top officials in the previous administration years, intelligence circles, and a presidential campaign work to smear, spy on, or sabotage a duly elected president, then we are not talking about politics as usual. We're talking about corruption aimed straight at your vote, your ballot, and your voice. The same machine that targeted Trump also targeted the millions of Americans who supported him, mocked them, censored them, and treated them like enemies of the state for refusing to bow to the permanent Washington class. And now, President Trump is doing what no Republican before him had the courage to do: say it plainly, publicly, and without fear. He posted video highlighting declassified material pointing to Brennan briefing Obama on Clinton-approved plan to vilify Trump with a Russia narrative. Then Trump said Obama was the leader of the gang. It's not small talk. That is a direct challenge to the old regime, and the media knows it. And while the political class spins panic and confusion, that same fear machine is always aimed at your wallet too. And that's why I tell people to look at what the insiders do and not what they say. Wall Street doesn't lose money on sell-offs, you do. They create the panic, wait for you to dump your position out of fear, and scoop it up at a discount. The big banks aren't selling their gold, they're buying yours. And every time the headlines scream, regular people sell. And every time regular people sell, the institutions are right there waiting with open hands. You built portfolio insurance for a reason. Don't let a red day hand it over to the people who caused it. Talk to Noble Gold Investments and learn how to protect what you've earned. Go to nextnewsgold.com right now and see how you may qualify for a 10th ounce American Gold Eagle. Because when the system gets shaky, smart Americans get stronger, not spooked. Now here's the twist that sent the story from major to massive. Trump didn't just repost old talking points. He amplified a video claiming Hillary Clinton funded, approved, and created the Steele dossier, that Obama called the shots, and that Brennan CIA did the dirty work. Then Trump followed with remarks saying Tulsi Gabbard has thousands of additional documents coming. If that material lands publicly, this stops being a social media storm and becomes a historic exposure event the establishment cannot control. Let's dive in now. This is Donald Trump's post from Truth Social. President Trump taking a direct shot at Barack Obama. He was quote tweeting this from Steve Rambert. At Barack Obama, I hope they arrest you before your grand opening of your war bunker in the south side of Chicago. You committed treason, targeting the President of the United States with Hillary Clinton. It's time we prosecuted someone for treason and sent a message. That's what President Trump posted. So he opens by zeroing in on Obama. Seconds later, he turns the heat on Hillary with another post. This is what he posted. Hillary Clinton funded, approved, and created the Steele dossier. Barack Obama called the shots. Brennan CIA did the dirty work. The evidence is clear. Treason was committed. Now they must pay, or they will do it again. Americans demand it. President Trump not holding back, naming Hillary. He follows the case he's making against the whole operation, laying out Brennan's notes, the dossier claim, and why the Russia hoax keeps boomeranging back on the Obama world. This is the video that he did attach to that post on Truth Social. Watch closely.
Knew Hillary created the dossier, and now we have proof that Barack was calling the shots, and the documents to prove it.
Declassified documents revealing former CIA Director John Brennan briefed then-President Obama on Hillary Clinton's purported...
We knew Hillary created the dossier, and now we have proof that Barack was calling the shots, and the documents to prove it.
Declassified documents revealing former CIA Director John Brennan briefed then-President Obama on Hillary Clinton's purported plan to smear then-candidate Trump in 2016, adding to what the National Intelligence Director has already declassified on this issue, and raising more questions tonight about how much more of this will come out before Election Day. Good evening, Mike.
Brett, good evening. These are handwritten notes from former CIA Director John Brennan, written according to a source familiar after Brennan briefed President Obama. At one point, Brennan writes, quote, approved by Hillary Clinton, a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by the Russian security service. The notes say on 28 of July, in the margin, Brennan writes POTUS, but that section of the notes are redacted. Then it says any evidence of collaboration between Trump campaign and Russia. The remainder of the notes are redacted, except in the margins where it says J.C., Dennis, and Susan. That could be referring to former FBI Director James Comey, former Obama Chief of Staff Dennis McDonough, and former National Security Advisor Susan Rice. The CIA sent a memo to former FBI Director James Comey and Peter Strzok writing, quote, "The following information is provided for the exclusive use of your Bureau for background investigative action or lead purposes as appropriate." One example the CIA includes, quote, "an exchange redacted discussing U.S. presidential candidate Hillary Clinton's approval of a plan concerning U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump and Russian hackers hampering U.S. elections as a means of distracting the public from her use of a private email server." At a hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee last week, Comey was pressed on what he did with information provided by the CIA.
Did you open an investigation?
I don't know what that refers to. As I said earlier, that does not ring any bells with me when I read that.
You did not receive any investigative referral of this nature?
I don't remember it. I don't remember receiving anything that's described in that letter.
We knew Hillary created the dossier, and now we have proof that Barack was calling the shots and the documents to prove it.
So President Trump posting that to Truth Social, okay, spelling out the alleged chain of command. Now the online reaction jumps straight to the penalty of treason under federal law. In the United States, the punishment for treason is outlined in the U.S. Code 18 U.S.C. 2381, which states that a person convicted of treason can face death. Those are the legal questions hitting social media. Next, President Trump says it out loud on camera that Obama is guilty of treason. There it is. There's no going back now. President Trump says Obama is guilty of treason. MJ Truth Ultra. Remind me, what is the penalty for treason? Here's the president.
The leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one they... Look, he's guilty. It's not a question. You know, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's ever even imagined, even in other countries. You've seen some pretty rough countries. This man has seen some pretty rough countries, but you've never seen anything like it. And we have all of the documents. And from what Tulsi told me, she's got thousands of additional documents coming. So President Obama, it was his concept, his idea, but he also got it from crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked is a $3 bill.
That was President Trump in the Oval Office, not hedging at all. Says Obama let it, more documents are coming. Goes further, says there should be severe consequences. After what they did to me, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught cold.
I don't know anything about it. They're going to what? Meet her?
They're going to, your Deputy Attorney General has reached out to Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney asking for a new interview.
Yeah, I don't know about it, but I think it's something that sounds appropriate to do, yeah.
Do you have any concern that your Deputy Attorney General is your former attorney would be conducting the interview, given...
No, I have no concern. He's a very talented person. He's very smart. I didn't know that they were going to do it. I don't really follow that too much. It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama absolutely cold, Tulsi Gabbard. What they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up to 2020 in the election, they tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. You know, when we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not go too far here. It's the ex-wife of a president, and I thought it was sort of terrible. And I let her off the hook, and I'm very happy I did. But it's time to start, after what they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's been caught directly. So people say, oh, you know, a group. It's not a group. It's Obama. His orders are on the paper. The papers are signed. The papers came right out of their office. They sent everything to be highly classified. Well, the highly classified's been released. And what they did in 2016 and in 2020 is very criminal. It's criminal at the highest level. So that's really the things you should be talking about. I know nothing about the other, but I think it's appropriate that they do go.
Okay, so I'm playing these clips because it's all contextual. President Trump just reposting treason charges for Obama, bringing up Hillary. He's made these remarks in the past in the Oval Office. And then on the same day, the DOJ adds firing squad as a method for federal executions. Daily Caller, the Justice Department said today it's reinstating the lethal injection protocol used during Trump's first term while expanding federal execution methods to include the firing squad. Officials also said they're moving to speed up death penalty cases and review whether to expand or relocate federal death row facilities. Okay, he calls for treason. We know what the penalty for treason is. And then the DOJ updates their methods. So the Justice Department move is already making national headlines. CNN confirming it with their own headline. Trump's Justice Department is bringing back firing squads for federal execution. So even CNN's acknowledging the firing squads back on the books. And now some grassroots reaction. Rose Smith writes, I used to think Trump was a good president. Now I realize the system has been corrupt for decades. He's the only one who ever fought it, the greatest of all time. And I agree. And that post sums up why the base sees Trump as the man willing to take on the machine. John Rich, you guys know who he is. I've been to his house. If you can arrest one former president, you can arrest any former president. You see how that works? You guys remember this mugshot? Oh, I'm reminded of it every single day. President Trump has this mugshot sitting outside of the Oval Office. So anyone who enters the Oval Office is also reminded of that moment. The liberal tears never tasted so sweet. But the reality is, John Rich has said here, never was truer. If you can arrest a former president, you can arrest any former president. John Rich drew the line on presidential precedent. Now another account notes Trump posted twice about treason and Obama arrest in one burst. Everyone's talking about it today. President Trump just posted, 2X posted about treason, Barack Obama, and arrests. It is getting spicy. Julie Donuts, President Trump posted this last night. Guys, he keeps posting these videos because he's telling the public that these disgusting, evil criminals are going to be arrested. They committed heinous crimes. And what they did was treason among many other crimes, and they do not get away with it. Justice is going to be served for we the people, finally. And then she included a screenshot of Donald Trump's Truth Social post. So here is the aha moment. The real battle is not simply over whether Obama, Clinton, or Brennan face scrutiny. The real battle is whether America finally admits that the Russia hoax was never just a dirty trick against Trump. It was an attack on constitutional government itself. Trump is saying the quiet part out loud. The people who claim to protect democracy may have abused the state to manipulate it. And that's why the media is panicking, why Democrats are desperate to change the subject, and why supporters are reading these Truth Social posts as a warning shot. If the documents back the accusation, then the largest political fraud in modern American history did not happen to Trump alone. It happened to the entire country. So let's keep this straight. President Trump has now publicly pointed at Barack Obama as the central figure behind what he calls treason tied to the 2016 smear machine. The DOJ, on the same day, updated federal execution policy to include the firing squad. No, that doesn't mean a case is filed. That doesn't prove a direct connection. But yes, it explains exactly why this story exploded, why the ruling class is sweating bullets tonight. The American people have waited years for accountability, and under the Trump administration, the era of automatic protection for the elite is over. If you want more reports that the corporate media will never give you straight, share this video, subscribe, and leave a comment below. Do you believe the American people will finally see real accountability, yes or no? Make sure you do this one thing for me. Text raw feed to 844-840-4963 to beat the algorithm, their suppression of our work, and get direct alerts from me to your phone. And check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. Stay loud, stay fearless, and stay America first.
The system controls information. Information control is power. I want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now.
What is that?
Help me, Donald Trump. You're my only hope.
I think she was a passenger on our last voyage, a person of some importance, as I believe.
And, well, you know that President Trump has been going after the influencers who've decided that he shouldn't be president anymore. Alex Jones, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, and Tucker Carlson, who worked really hard to get Trump elected, in part, and then immediately called for President Trump's 25th Amendment, impeachment, or calling President Trump the Antichrist. That's the way it goes. This is called a historic crash out as far as I'm concerned. I wish that cooler heads would prevail. I wish that people would take a deep breath, go outside on a walk, get some sunshine, and assess like the most productive ways to actually engage in these kind of debates. But this is the world of podcasters. And so crashing out and hysterics and high emotions, that's just what it is. We try and be measured on this channel. Boy, it is a Herculean task. Laura Loomer decided to get Candace Owens' Zionist lawyer, this individual named Mark E. Katzowitz. He's representing Candace Owens in her lawsuit against Brigitte Macron, or Brigitte Macron's lawsuit against Candace Owens for defamation. He got ripped off the Candace Owens' case big time this week after being outed as her lawyer. So it's already a very interesting news cycle for Candace Owens. Then Laura Loomer figured out that Candace Owens was canceling her shows quite abruptly and is off in Italy. Okay. And also in Italy with a couple of other interesting influencers like Nick Fuentes. Ian Carroll is now disappeared from the internet along with Sneeko. And so that was kind of like the scuttlebutt this morning. Are they, they all in the basement of the Vatican counting gold bullion from the SPLC? Nobody knows. Get some sleep, Larry, says Candace Owens. Well, we'll see what Candace has to say about this. Woof. Whoa. I mean, okay. It's Vile Person of the Year. President Trump just posted. Time. Vile Person of the Year. It's Candace Owens with this famous photo that is not AI, if you know the lore. And this is a photo that Candace Owens posted and or submitted to a landlord that she once had about a mold infection that led to a yeast infection, I think, if I got that story correct. Anyway, not great. Here it is. 0% fact check ratio on all credible fact-checking sites. Protect sex offenders. Candace Owens lies, uses rich white men. Whew. Okay. And President Trump saying Candace Owens' stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way, and her attacks on the First Lady of France is despicable, I believe. In this case, without verification, she's extremely low IQ individual. So does Trump want Candace to take a IQ test? I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess we're gonna have to ask one of these days. But here we go. President Trump slams Candace Owens. Vile Person of the Year. I will say that we are very much looking forward to the, trial here. I guess it's unprecedented. This trial is going to involve the wife or whatever, First Lady of France, whatever you think of her. And I'm not a big fan of the Macrons, but she's apparently going to provide proof that she is, in fact, a woman. How are they going to do that exactly? Well, it better be a chromosome test, otherwise I'm not going to believe it. You know what I mean? Like it's really easy. You just get you get a hair pluck. You just get a hair follicle. Turn it in. XXXY. That's it. Bing. Can't hide it. Can't fake it. No surgery can get rid of your chromosomes. Just do that. I don't know why anyone's even arguing over this. But that happens this year. There's some big deadlines. That's going to happen this year, and it's going to be wild to see what goes on next. President Trump called Candace Owens an extremely low IQ individual, sharing a magazine cover labeling her as Time's Vile Person of the Year. Oof. Okay. Trump goes nuclear on Candace Owens. Trump just unloaded on Candace Owens, extremely low IQ and despicable, sharing a savage Time magazine cover. Trump doesn't hold back. When you cross the line, Candace caught the smoke. Holy smokes. Okay. Well, I mean, I tell you, wouldn't be the first time. Probably won't be the last time. But President Trump is clearly rooting for this. The reason, according to the rumors that I hear, the reason that Trump keeps sort of standing for the First Lady of France and the Macrons is that Candace Owens appealed to the White House to help her get out of this defamation lawsuit and was rebuffed. So, well, I guess there's that. One of Trump's better tweets, I guess, Trump wouldn't help, right? Trump wouldn't help her get out of this lawsuit. Trump could call head of state, right, and be like, don't sue, this person or whatever. They're on my team or on my side. Drop this, but didn't work. So now Trump is needling a vile person of the year. It's only April. Laura Loomer 100% trolled Trump to post this. Starting to feel like Loomer runs Trump Truth account. Credit where credit is due. He cooked here. He's right about this, unfortunately. Candace Owens deserves to be mocked into oblivion for poisoning the well around Tyler Robinson and Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm loving this arc. Laura Loomer is running Trump's Truth Social at this point. I bet she's the one who's been typing up all of this crazy and bizarre posts lately. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Just a reminder that President Trump did post this banger. I'm not going to read it all for you. What I'll do instead is play you this rap song of President Trump rapping this Truth Social. Enjoy.
I know Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years. Especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people, they know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record, they don't have what it takes and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost the shows and aren't even invited on TV. Because nobody cares about them, they're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have their cob, right? But nobody's talking about them in the views of the opposite of MAGA. Or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in the
I'm not supposed to be putting any music on here.
MAGA agrees with me and just give CNN 100% approval rating. A truck, not him flailing fools. Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me, the now famous. Only Rosie O'Donnell questioned her crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being the man when she is not. And will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who said some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now fake news, CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA, they're losers just trying to latch on the MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return the calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown, but I no longer care about this stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strengthening, not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere.
Next news. Breaking news from the White House.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner was supposed to be another smug media cocktail party. Well, not this year. President Trump is expected to walk straight into the lion's den for the first time in either of his terms, and now the same press corps that spent a decade smearing him is openly plotting a boycott, a protest, and even a coordinated effort to make him uncomfortable. Think about that. The people who lecture America about democracy are preparing a political stunt at their own black tie event because Trump showed up. But here's the part that has Washington freaking out. Trump isn't hiding from the fight. He's heading right for it. Now, this matters because it tells you exactly what the corporate media has become. They're not neutral referees. They are political actors. And this dinner is exposing the mask slipping in real time. According to reports, roughly 250 journalists signed on to a letter pushing members of the press corps to forcefully demonstrate opposition to President Trump at the WHCA dinner. Not report, not question, not investigate, to actively oppose. That's activism dressed up as journalism. And for the American people, that's the real scandal. These are many of the same outlets that gave Barack Obama celebrity treatment, gave former President Biden a pass during the years of obvious decline, and looked the other way while the previous administration pushed censorship pressure during COVID and ignored the border disaster. But the moment Trump shows up, suddenly they rediscover principle? Give me a break. The president is doing, what he's doing here is bigger than a dinner. He's forcing the media class to reveal itself in front of the whole country. If they can't handle one speech without staging a protest, how can they claim to handle the truth? Before I show you how this White House showdown is turning into a total stress test for the media, let me share something deeply personal. You see, for years my wife battled chronic pain and anxiety from her diagnosis. Endless doctor visits, treatments that didn't help. Watching her struggle daily, it broke my heart. And then Jonathan Otto introduced red light therapy. Her pain vanished, anxiety lifted. She's sleeping soundly, full of energy and life again. My recovery and vitality, better than guys half my age. Truly life-changing for us. That's why I recommend red light therapy. It's backed by NASA research, FDA cleared, and studies show rapid pain relief, better sleep, and faster recovery. If you're tired of feeling worn down, go to myredlight.com right now. Use NNN25 for 25% off individual items, or NNN30 for 30% off bundles. Take care of your health like you take care of your family, because when you feel better, you fight better every single day. Now let's get back to the media elite losing their minds because President Trump decided to show up in person. See, here's the twist that makes it even better. See, the White House isn't sending Trump into a hostile room unprepared. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president is very much looking forward to the dinner, calling him the most transparent and accessible president, and teasing that his speech will be very entertaining. Translation? Trump knows exactly what this room is, exactly who will be there, and exactly how to turn their sneering little gala into must-see television. Yes, C-SPAN will be carrying it live so the country gets to watch without the legacy media filter. This is the news reports. There are 250 fake news journalists boycotting Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. They have been told to forcefully demonstrate opposition and make him feel uncomfortable. Mass protests.
150 journalists now have signed on to a letter asking members of the White House press corps to, quote, forcefully demonstrate opposition to President Trump at the annual event. They say journalists should make him uncomfortable during the evening. The president is set to attend the first time in either of his terms the the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Joe Concha's new column is titled "The Press Declare War on Trump at the WHCA Dinner." He highlights the hypocrisy this way. These are the same people who treated former President Obama like a rock star at these dinners. Former President Biden also received a warm reception despite his utter disdain for the press. Is Trump wrong to use his First Amendment rights to call out newsrooms and outlets that have an outright disdain for him and his policies? Not one bit. Criticism isn't a one-way.
Fireworks. It's going to happen. It's going to be glorious. So the press corps gearing up to heckle Trump at its own dinner. Caroline Levitt says Trump is walking in anyway, and she's promising an entertaining speech.
And yes, as for tomorrow night, I hope that we will see all of you there. I know the president is very much looking forward to it. I think it's quite fitting that in our nation's 250th year, the most transparent and accessible president will be attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner for the first time. And his speech will be very entertaining. That is what I will tell you. So everyone should tune in.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. It is going to be a glorious, glorious White House course. Probably the best one ever. She's teasing the show, and now we get the official setup. C-SPAN laying out the full black tie scene, with Trump expected to make his first appearance as president. This is the official post from C-SPAN. The event happens Saturday. Tomorrow, President Trump attends the White House Correspondents' Dinner with Oz Perlman. Live coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN.
Join C-SPAN this Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern for Washington's premier black tie event, the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Watch live coverage from the Washington Hilton, featuring red carpet arrivals of top journalists, political leaders, and celebrities. This year's featured entertainer is renowned mentalist Oz Perlman, and President Donald Trump is expected to make his first appearance as president. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, live this Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile app, or online at cspan.org.
Now you may be asking yourself, well, Gary, why aren't you going to the White House Press Correspondents' Dinner? Aren't you a chief White House correspondent for the Next News Network? Well, of course I am. But the White House Correspondents Association, they rejected my application. Yeah, go figure, right? But that doesn't change the fact that I get to go to the White House whenever I want to, in the middle of the night, to go and produce news for you. So the White House Press Correspondents Association can kiss my white ass at the White House, just like they're going to be doing to President Trump when he shows up. Ha ha ha! Anyway, that's the formal invite and the live coverage plan. Laura Trump's camp says the president isn't going there to cower. He's going there to roast the room.
This is going to be a good time. He's there to have a good time. And I feel like it's such a good full circle moment for him, because a lot of people like to kind of get under and the surface and say, oh, I think the reason Donald Trump actually ran is because of the Obama joke at the White House Correspondents' Dinner all those years ago.
No one is happier. No one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac?
So now he's president, and now he gets to go back. And I agree with you, Megan. I love that he's going. I think it's great. And yeah, I think everyone should get ready, because he's going to do some roasting, and we know that he doesn't hold anything.
No, he doesn't hold anything back, and neither do I. So Trump allies are treating this like payback night. Meanwhile, on Morning Joe, the media class is already melting down. They took issue this morning with Trump's attendance at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. Oh, but don't worry. I'll have some eyes and ears there.
We know this president likes to insult and demean reporters all the time. We know that he has cut press access. You mentioned the Pentagon, also at the White House, reshaped the pool, kicked reporters out to portions of the West Wing.
Oh, you complaining that Franchi's at the White House?
Has put the press at the attacks on the press at the center of his second campaign here. And Eugene Robinson, look, I'm a proud member of the White House Correspondents Association, which does incredible work, and the dinner does raise money for scholarships for journalists. We can do that another way. I think that this dinner, the time for this dinner expired, I would argue, long ago. Particularly this year, it is deeply fraught.
Yeah, I'm skipping all the events this weekend, and I would happily write a check to support the scholarship efforts, and I think a lot of members of the Washington Press Corps would also do the same. This just seems beyond awkward. There is this actual war going on between the free press, which is enshrined in the First Amendment, and this president, and it just strikes...
Enough of the morning, Joe. We know your agenda. We know all the tricks. We know all the lies and the smears. You guys can try to play victim, like, oh, we're just innocent reporters. No, you guys are biased propagandists for the establishment. We're learning now the FCC chair, Brendan Carr, he'll be attending. Source says he will be Paramount's guest. CBS News invited Pete Hegseth and Stephen Miller as guests. Fox News' Trace Gallagher calling out the liberal media for planning to protest President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Are they fighting Trump to keep a free press, or using a free press to keep fighting Trump?
Journalists are about to dip their toes into no king's territory. They are organizing to oppose President Trump. But instead of taking to the streets, they are taking to the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner to ask the White House Correspondents Association to make the president feel unwelcome. The same president who normally doesn't attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner because he's not made to feel welcome. So 250 journalists signed a letter saying they believe the president is a threat to freedom of the press. Turns out they don't like him suing media outlets. They don't like him calling reporters names. They don't like him. Prominent names on the list include former ABC journalist Sam Donaldson, former CBS anchor Dan Rather, who in 2004 held his own presidential protest when he screwed up the military service record of George W. Bush. And speaking of free press, it seems the press was free to cover the Biden administration censoring the media during COVID. The press was free to cover Joe Biden's mental acuity, and free to cover 10 million illegal immigrants crossing the U.S. border. So much for freedom of choice. So common sense is just asking, are they fighting Trump to keep a free press, or using a free press to keep fighting Trump?
A little bit of common sense there. And then we have this. Shifting gears, Caroline Leavitt gives the room one last jab before maternity leave, reminding reporters they practically have the president on speed dial. Margot Martin posting this. Caroline Leavitt gaggles with the press for the last time before her baby girl arrives.
This will likely be my last gaggle for some time. As you can see, I'm about ready to have a baby any minute. So I will see you guys very soon. I know you'll be in very good hands with my team here at the White House.
I just gotta say, good work over here at Next News Network, man. Good job.
There she goes. Congratulations, Caroline Leavitt, on your new arrival. That line landed because it sums up the whole relationship. The media attacks Trump nonstop, then acts shocked when access stays closed and controlled. Next up, one outlet says Marco Rubio could temporarily take the press secretary role. Here's the scoop that Caroline Leavitt actually reposted. Caroline Leavitt scheduled to have her second child next week, a baby girl. Leavitt will be returning to the podium after her maternity leave, though it's unclear exactly how many weeks she'll take. No one will be filling in for Leavitt formally during her leave, but the comm shop is planning to have some familiar faces at the podium to brief press, including Vice President J.D. Vance, cabinet officials, or even Trump himself. Now, I've been keeping this close to the vest. I've known this for quite some time and didn't want to get ahead of the White House on this announcement, but now the cat's out of the bag. So from what I was told months ago is that there would be a steady rotation of cabinet members who would be filling in for Caroline Leavitt. Now it is confirmed during her leave. The comm shop planning to have some familiar faces. J.D. Vance, cabinet officials, or Trump himself. In the meantime, White House press shop will be managed by White House comms director Stephen Chung. Leavitt's team, Pat Adams, Anna Kelly, Kush Desai, Abigail Jackson, Liz Houston, Taylor Rogers, Davis Engel, Allison Schuster, Olivia Wales, Mika Stuprich, Ellie Akra, Georgia O'Neill, and Keegan Nangle. All people that I know and interact with when I go to the White House. A great team there. Allison, she was my main point of contact when I got in. Olivia, been a great help for me. Mika, Ellie, Georgia, Keegan, all of them. Stephen Chung, great team there. So the press may get a break from Leavitt at the lectern, but not from this White House message machine. Caroline Leavitt gaggling one last time. And then, of course, the memes begin to flow. Here's a, you know, these memes of Marco Rubio sitting in a chair. Marco Rubio is temporary press secretary. You gotta love it, man. You gotta love it. So the big reveal is this. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, okay, is no longer a celebration of journalism. It's a stress test for whether the press can tolerate a president they cannot control. Trump attending blows up the old script. He's not begging for approval. He isn't avoiding the room. He's walking in as an elected leader of the country with Republicans in control of Washington, with his administration on offense, and with the media class reduced to protest letters and boycott threats. And while that's happening, the White House press operation is showing confidence to Caroline Leavitt, stepping away briefly to welcome her baby girl, joking that reporters already have the president's phone number, and reports say family members are familiar. That say familiar heavy hitters like Vice President J.D. Vance, cabinet officials, or even Trump himself could rotate behind the podium. That's not chaos, folks. That is swagger. So here is the bottom line. Saturday night, not just another Washington dinner. It's a test of strength and confidence and who really holds power in the country. President Trump is walking into a room packed with people who spent years attacking him, and instead of shrinking, the Trump White House is leaning in. That's leadership. That's confidence. That's why the media class is freaking rattled. Caroline Leavitt deserves congratulations as she prepares to welcome her baby girl. And if the reports are right, the idea of J.D. Vance, Cabinet Secretaries Rubio, or even Trump himself stepping up at the podium should tell you everything you need to know. This administration is not on defense. If you agree Trump should absolutely attend and roast the fake news, comment yes or no, and share this report. Subscribe. And text raw feed to 844-840-4963 so you get direct alerts the algorithm never sends. And check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. America First is back, and the press room knows it.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this.
Next News, breaking news.
Tonight, the pressure on Ilhan Omar just hit a whole new level. We now have public confirmation that her entire file is being reviewed. Fresh outrage over a taxpayer-funded earmark tied to a restaurant address and a financial disclosure mess so outrageous it sounds like parody. Tens of millions listed, then suddenly gone. And when reporters confronted the House Democrat leader, Hakeem Jeffries, he looked like he had no clue what was happening. That tells you everything. The Democrat machine protects its own until it can't. So the question tonight is simple. Is Ilhan Omar finally running out of road? See, this matters because it's not just a woman's paperwork problem in Congress. If the allegations are true, this is your money, your trust, and your government being treated like a personal ATM by a member of Congress who already has a record of putting America last. Viewers in Minnesota should be furious, but so should every taxpayer in the country. A reported $1.46 million earmark tied to a nonprofit at a restaurant address is not a clerical typo. A net worth swinging from roughly $30 million to under $100,000 is not a normal dissolving a business right as questions explode, is not reassuring. And refusing to testify before a fraud committee? That's not transparency, that's called retreat. While President Trump and his administration are restoring accountability and law and order, the old Democrat playbook is still the same. Deny, deflect, call it a conspiracy, and just hope the media helps bury the story. This one may be just too big to bury, though. Speaking of taking your health seriously, instead of waiting for broken systems to fix themselves, let me share something very personal. You see, for years, my wife battled chronic pain and anxiety from her diagnosis. Endless doctor visits, treatments that didn't help. Watching her struggle every day was brutal. Then Jonathan Otto introduced us to red light therapy, and it changed everything. Her pain vanished, her anxiety lifted, and now she's sleeping soundly, full of energy and life again. My recovery and vitality better than guys half my age. Now, it's backed by NASA research, FDA cleared, and studies show rapid pain relief, better sleep, and improved recovery. If you want to try what worked for us, go to myredlight.com. Right now, use code NNN25 for 25% off individual items or NNN30 for 30% off bundles. Red light therapy has been a total game changer in our home, and I think you'll feel a difference too. Let's get back to the story that Democrats really wish would disappear. Because here's the twist that changes this from political embarrassment to real legal danger. Border Czar Tom Homan just confirmed that there's an active review underway and said, quote, the whole file's being reviewed by smart people and it's in good hands. He wouldn't go any further because it's an ongoing investigation. You see, that's not gossip. That's the Trump administration signaling that this case is being taken seriously. And once federal review meets a paper trail, panic usually follows. Here's the moment. Lindell TV.
Take it serious. We got to take everything serious.
About Ilhan Omar's $30 million scandal. Allison Steinberg on the case again. My God, she's just scoring win after win after win.
Senator Jeffries, good to see you. Just curious to get your thoughts on Ilhan Omar's financial disclosure. Does all of the scrutiny around that concern you at all, and does that warrant an official House ethics investigation?
That issue has not been brought to my attention, but we do know that Ilhan Omar, who works hard on behalf of the people that she represents in Minnesota, is constantly under attack by right-wing conspiracy theorists.
Well, what about her net worth going from $30 million to now under $100,000? Do you believe that's truly an accounting error, as she alluded to?
It's not an issue that I'm familiar with.
What about her winery that she is now dissolving from her financial disclosure?
We're working to stop this reckless war of choice in the Middle East, get the economy back on track, win this gerrymandering war that Donald Trump started that we're going to finish. It's not an issue that I've been locked in on up to date.
God. Allison Steinberg scoring the wins, and Hakeem Jeffries deflects. Playing dumb on the financial mess, brushing it off as a right-wing conspiracy. Tom Homan, though, turning up the heat, confirming the whole file is under an active review. Confirming investigation into Somali Representative Ilhan Omar. Check this out.
Paperwork. We know she did this. And now we're looking for how to take action. Can you fill us in? Do you know what's going to happen? Is the Trump administration going to go there? The floor is yours.
The whole file is being reviewed. A lot of smart people are on it. Stay tuned.
Stay tune.
Could you color for us what of the elucidated and many crimes there are that it could be? Because
I cannot get ahead.
There's like a lot of potential things that could have been there.
I can't get ahead of the investigation, but I know that some of this. I know people that are involved in the review, and they're really smart people, and it's in good hands.
All right. It's in good hands. Okay, we got the Allstate endorsement from Tom Homan, and
the Allstate endorsement. So, Homan says investigators are on it. Oh, we've got this. The pirate who took over Minnesota. The Somali pirate herself. With all of the Democrat loot. Wall Street Days posting Minnesota Rep. Ilhan Omar attempted to send $1.46 million in funding to an address for a nonprofit called Generation Hope. The address to receive the money isn't a treatment facility, it's a frickin' restaurant. After this was discovered by House Republicans, they stripped the earmarked money to Generation Hope over fraud concerns. Senators call for DOJ investigations into the group. Angela Rose, she's doing some remarkable on-the-ground work, too.
Not normal behavior at all. Since before all of this insanity, from 1983 up until 2020, one singular restaurant operated out of the entire building, out of the entire 326 address. Up until then, this building promoted its restaurant. Look at this guy looking through the window. Up until 2022, when they begin to have some type of BLM thing and other political posters, that's when everything gets so out of hand. You guys are not going to believe the things in this video.
326 Cedar Avenue, and that is where we are right now. So this is 326. Ilhan Omar was trying to pass $1.46 million of taxpayers' money to Generation Hope, which is a substance abuse clinic, drug addiction place that was supposed to be operating here, but people found out that it is a restaurant.
It's the exact address where we are that she listed to receive $1.46 million.
$1.46 million. What was the restaurant going to do with that? If the restaurant address wasn't enough to raise alarms and money questions get even worse, Fox's Kevin Corke walks through Omar's wild net worth swing and the fake business cleanup she doesn't want to explain. Salty Goat says, you can't erase millions of dollars and close fake business and just pretend it never existed. Ilhan Omar is going to prison.
Fox News alert, Ilhan Omar's net worth just dropped millions of dollars, and she doesn't want to talk about it. Senior national correspondent Kevin Corke has the story. Kevin.
Evening, Jesse. Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, generally speaking, is quick to talk when it comes to slamming the president or the GOP or, proclaiming her allegiance to Somalia. But when it comes to taking questions about her skyrocketing wealth scandal, well, mum's the word. Dodging questions after blaming the scandal on, wait for it, an accounting error. And we're talking about one heck of an error. Her alleged net worth dropping by millions of dollars overnight. A new congressional filing showing her net worth went upwards of $30 million, then all the way back down to under $100,000. It also shows she has up to $100K in student loan debt and credit card debt. What in the world? She chalks up the discrepancies to an accounting error, saying she was too busy to do the filing herself. Well, our Griff Jenkins gave her a chance to explain herself.
Tell us about your net worth dropping down to about 100,000.
The whole thing.
Could you just elaborate on what mistake was made, Congresswoman? What mistake was made on your financial disclosure forms to bring it down to 100,000 from up to 30 million?
Molly girl, you in danger. Now, that's quite a change, especially when you consider just last week she was talking tough and daring the GOP to investigate her.
Suggest all you want. Please investigate all you want, right? Like, to me, I'm
Yeah, investigate all you want. Don't you worry. The investigation's underway. Ilhan Omar held her 2018 congressional election victory party at Safari Restaurant And its co-owner, Ahmed Saeed, was deeply tied to the Feeding Our Future nonprofit scandal. Saeed was convicted on multiple counts, including wire fraud for billing millions in phantom meals. Ilhan Omar doesn't fight for America, she fights for herself. She was elected to serve Minneapolis 7 years, 3 bills enacted, 2 renamed post offices, a third enabled the largest fraud in her district's history. And where is she? Not in Minneapolis. 39% of her legislation is about other countries, not your roads, not your schools. Oh yeah, this is a long one. I'm not even going to read this whole thing here. But that's the indictment from critics who say Omar's entire career built on grift and deception. George Santos lists the charges he believes prosecutors could pursue based on what's already public. He says with a voluminous amount of information over the years about Ilhan Omar, and based on what's publicly available, she could be prosecuted on the following, in my understanding: lying on financial disclosures to Congress, immigration fraud, wire fraud, theft of public funds, money laundering, conspiracy to defraud the American people, and treason. That's just a sweeping list of possible crimes, but the pressure isn't staying online. Sheldon Daniels for Congress says Ilhan Omar in federal prison by Christmas. Yeah, I think we'd all love to see that. Kristen Robbins had written a letter to Ilhan Omar refusing to testify before the Fraud Prevention Committee. She ducked reporter questions. She authored the bill that created the conditions for Minnesota fraud. Taxpayers deserve answers. So the real story here is bigger than Ilhan Omar. It's about what happens when the political class thinks rules are for you and not for them. Now look at the pattern. A suspect earmark, a vanished fortune, a dissolved winery, refusal to testify, and party leaders pretending they've heard nothing. Then comes the key turn. The Trump administration's not looking away. Under President Trump, law enforcement is once again allowed to do its job without bowing to the radical left's protection racket. That's why Democrats sound nervous. If this review turns into charges, it won't just be a scandal in Minnesota. It'll be a warning shot to every politician who thought identity politics could shield them from accountability forever. So here's the bottom line. Ilhan Omar is under a cloud that keeps getting darker, and every new detail makes the excuses look weaker. House Democrats are ducking. Minnesota lawmakers want answers. Federal review is active. Taxpayers are connecting the dots. And for once, the system may actually be moving towards accountability instead of another elite cover-up. President Trump promised to restore order, expose corruption, put America first, and this is exactly what that looks like in real time. If you think that every dollar and every disclosure should be fully investigated, share this report right now. Drop a comment and answer this yes or no question. Should Ilhan Omar face a full House ethics investigation immediately? I want to hear from you. Make sure you subscribe, make sure you turn on your notifications, and text raw feed to that number on the screen, 844-840-4963, to beat the big tech suppression of the Next News Network and get updates sent directly from me to your phone. And check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. The truth is breaking through, and the American people are done being played.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know out.
Okay, so I have to do a few things. I have to go grab some groceries. I'll be back, and I'm gonna try to tune my system to stream the new game I got, which is Warcraft 3, which is an old game, but it's remade, so it's called Warcraft Reforged. And yeah, I'm used to it. I suck at it so bad. I've sucked in the past, and I've never really been good. And I really want to freaking get there. And I've watched a few videos, and it made me laugh, and it reminded myself of being trolled, like, you know, by tower builds and stuff, and I just got hit by a tower build, and the nostalgic tower build is great. It's great. So I don't know, it was just like, damn. Alright, so I'm basically over here. Trying to figure out what we can watch interim, and then I can eat, and then we can transfer over, because I don't want to just have dead air. While I do that, I'm going to have you on the intro. Alright, this will be our base for now while I figure out what we're going to watch. Freaking spiders be going crazy right now. Oh, Stefan Burns usually puts some dough. That's okay. That's perfect. That's the right amount of time. I usually I would be disgusted, but right now I could do it for a 48-minute. I have plenty of time right now. So if I do next, let's see what it does. Uh-oh, that didn't work.
Iran just seized a...
We already watched that. That's fun. Okay, I'm gonna turn off this because it's gonna be a... Here we go, and then now I can actually press this button and it goes to where it needs to go. Yeah! Alright,
There's been so much insanity.
Victory. Here we go, guys. I'll be right back, alright? Thanks for keeping the channel company. Stefan Burns, I'll be back, bud.
With our sun, the earth, our space environment over just the past 24 hours, honestly, it's going to be difficult for me to report on everything in this video, though I will do my absolute best. First and foremost, we've had two 2.5 X-class solar flares.
Okay, I should say, I remember when this guy was at like 25,000 subscribers. Maybe less.
R3 pan-stars. This is the sort of space weather that I've been forecasting now for probably about 6 to 8 weeks as a result of this flyby of this comet. And well, it's now going to be in this Earth center zone. And we have these sunspots here also quite active, 4420, 4423. So that is something to watch. You see right behind me here, this crazy fireball that flew across Europe today, the 24th of April. This one going straight down. Very, very bizarre. And this is now the 10th fireball sighting over Europe since March of this year, 2026, where there have been 80 or more reports submitted to the American Meteor Society. Typically, to get like 80 plus reports, it's a significant fireball. And there has been an anomalous surge of fireball activity since March began, and that is supported by the numbers. This isn't just more people with cameras or whatever. We've all had cell phones for a long time now. This is an anomalous surge. We're clearly in some new debris stream, and that has not yet come to a close. We've also had some pretty significant earthquake activity at 5.8 struck Crete in the Aegean Sea. This is Greece. There's also been more earthquake activity around Kamchatka, a swarm of some magnitude 5s, also north of New Zealand in the Kermadec Trench. That swarm is continuing. So we have a lot of different places right now which are rumbling and look like they could produce a bigger earthquake. In the midst of all this solar activity, We also had a huge outbreak of tornadoes across Oklahoma, and one of them is estimated perhaps to even be an EF5 tornado, because some of these houses were literally just swept off their foundations. And we know via the research that there's a very strong statistical correlation between coronal hole high-speed stream impacts and tornado outbreaks in mid-latitude zones. Specifically also around this time of year when we're having this transition from winter to summer. In the northern hemisphere, it's spring, and while you have more and more light radiation hitting the ionosphere at this moment in time, and right around equinox, the 21st of March, is when that transition is the fastest. But it's also very, very fast and potent in April. And that's when the Russell-McFerrin effect is very strong, where you have this greater connection between the solar wind and Earth's magnetic field plasmasphere environment. That influences everything. These sort of coronal hole high-speed streams influence atmospheric gravity waves, and then those disturbances can propagate down to the troposphere, and then boom, you get increases in vorticity, and you get this chain reaction that can lead to these sort of tornado outbreaks. We also right now have an Earth, Venus, Uranus, Sedna, Pleiades alignment. This is a once every 11,400 year alignment, because Sedna has a 11,400 year orbit around the sun, highly elliptical, which means that right now it's close to its perihelion, its closest approach. As furthest, it goes 1,000 astronomical units away. So this is very significant. It's happening right now. Of course, we have C2025 R3 pan-stars, soon to be exactly in between the sun and the Earth as these sunspots here continue to show activity. This one being the most active, but I think we're going to start seeing some bigger M-class and perhaps even X-class flares from these sunspots there. Just 7 days ago, our X-ray flux, EUV flux was super, super low. Basically, there was nothing happening. The moment this comet did its perihelion on April 19th, it got close to the sun, then we started to see a surge in solar flare activity. We also have a risk of a radiation storm in the days ahead. As a result of this, NOAA is forecasting that there will be a geomagnetic storm starting around the 26th of April as a result of some of this space weather that we're having. There's also this coronal hole high-speed stream impact, and in general, the solar wind's about to get very, very turbulent, so keep that in mind. And also today, the World Meteorological Organization has come out and said that the possibility of an El Nino is very likely this year, starting around the middle of this year, and that the chances are that's actually quite a strong El Nino. Some weather forecasters are even speculating that may be a super El Nino. So that is a longer term influence that we have going forward. But in general, right now it's super, super active. Let's get right into it. Here's our sun, and we see two different X-class flares. These are both 2.5 X-class flares, and we see the coronal shock waves that were created by those, showing that they are very, very powerful. Here we have a coronal hole. It's not along the equator, so it's not transequatorial. It is fairly small, but we may get hit by that high-speed stream. Starting in about 24 hours or less, we have another coronal hole over there. We see more sunspots rotating, quite a bit of activity over here too. But I really wanted to show you these shock waves from these two 2.5 X-class flares that we've had. We can look at the coronal mass ejections here by looking at our 304 angstrom view of the sun, and we also see some of the coronal mass ejections launched by some other M-class flares that occurred yesterday. So there's been a lot of activity. It's not just the two 2.5 X-class flares, there's also been M flares and more, some sympathetic. In general, the sun is very, very active right now. It's almost like it's angry because this comet is getting close. We'll look at that chronograph imagery next. But giant coronal mass ejections launching out tons of plasma. Keep in mind, again, C2025 R3 pan-stars is flying like this around. And there's the first X-class flare right there. And we'll see the second one about 6 hours later. And that's another equally big coronal mass ejection that launched off, I think actually quite a bit bigger right there. So very significant stuff. Here we see C2025 R3 pan-stars appear in our C3 chronograph. And so you can just see these coronal mass ejections launching out. Tell me that's not directly towards that comet, okay?
This is exactly the sort of solar activity that we've been forecasting now for about 6 to 8 weeks. I'll put some clips at the end of this video from those forecasts I made, so you can just watch the recap at the end if you want. It won't be that long, but we see this comet coming in right here. And this plasma tail, if you look at it from this perspective, it looks like it's going out that way. It's actually going right towards Earth because the plasma tail stretches out directly behind the comet in that Sun-comet alignment. So we can see that here with our HI2 imagery from stereo ahead. Here is the Earth right there. And the imagery gets degraded for the past couple of days because of the transmission link and everything. But we see good imagery of the comet and its tail going up to the 21st of April. And look how far that stretches out. So this distance from the sun to the Earth is about 150 million kilometers. This tail is stretching out probably at least that distance. And it's about to sweep by. So you see at the very end here, right? It's just about to get into alignment. The tail's staying slightly deflected upwards, you could say. And so I bet in the next 24 hours, that plasma tail is going to hit us. A bunch of unknowns as it relates to how that's going to affect us. In terms of it triggering, let's say, some sort of big geomagnetic storm, I don't think that's likely. But perhaps there are some unusual effects that we really don't know. And there is some history about the effects of Earth going into the tail of a comet and there being kind of bad things that happen. So I don't know, but I'm not overly concerned about it, but it's definitely another factor that's added into all of this that I don't think we should just immediately dismiss. So we have our 3 pan-stars right there going nuts. And let's look at our X-ray flux for the past 7 days because this shows us this story that's unfolding and it's really active right now. April 19th was when we had C2025 R3 pan-stars. This comet performed its perihelion, its closest approach to the sun, just off to the side. Okay, look at our X-ray flux. It's in this middle B-class zone, which is very low. We're no longer in solar maximum. We're in the descending phase of solar maximum. Does not mean that we don't get activity. It just means that overall activity is decreasing in general until you get to solar minimum. But as you can see, after that perihelion, that comet very close to the sun, still very close to the sun, we started to get sunspot growth. We started to see activity, and look how fast it ramped up. And these two 2.5 X-class flares, again, in the direction of that comet. We just had another, I think it's like a 1.3 or 1.7 M-class flare right there. That's from a sunspot which will soon be facing Earth. We have some enhanced solar wind and some partial solar storms already launched our way. So get ready for that. We can look at the space weather model that NOAA has released. We see that there is a big coronal mass ejection here that launched off. That's going to hit us, and then they show one of the coronal mass ejections from the first X-class flare going off this direction, and that shows a partial impact as well. So there's that first one, and then we see the second one. We see the coronal hole high-speed stream right there, that co-rotating interaction region. I think this is going to, in general, it's already underestimating what we have coming in. There's that plasma tail from the comet. They show impact starting around the 26th right here, universal time. Not that big of an impact according to this model. First run, again, there's more stuff already that needs to be added into this. And the 25th, 26th is specifically when we have that perfect Sun, Comet, Earth alignment. So they are showing, NOAA is showing something expected around the 26th. I'm going to add like a +2 to this. I think it's going to be much more than that. They're forecasting G1 to G2 levels. I think we probably have a G3 storm. I think the solar wind's actually going to be quite a bit stronger than people think. I would not be surprised if we see the solar wind strength to be, let's say, like 40 nanotesla or greater, the magnetic field, because I think the plasma coming off of this comet is going to really compress into unique structures that then sweep by the Earth, and it's going to take most space weather forecasters by surprise. We'll see. This is a forecast, so could be wrong. I think that's more likely, though, than not. So that is the latest forecast from NOAA, and we can also here look at our real-time solar wind to get a sense of where we are right now. So we see that just about a week ago, we had this coronal hole high-speed stream impact. We see the magnetic field right there. It enhanced, also went negative. We see our KP index down below. So we had 2 periods of G2 storming. That's moderate geomagnetic storming right here and right there. This being specifically on the 18th and 19th of April. Then it even charged back up to a G1 storm there, the 21st. And we see now that conditions are quiet. We're finally out of this high-speed stream here because the velocity now is only about 360 kilometers per second. It spiked all the way up to about 550, which is pretty fast, but sometimes these high-speed streams go up to 700, 800 kilometers per second. Typically, that would be the maximum though. So it was a moderate high-speed stream, but it was big. It lasted a long time, and there is a really rich history of coronal hole high-speed stream impacts and tornado outbreaks. And the statistical correlations on this are rock solid. And now there are some researchers who are starting to look into this. They have published papers on this. I'll link those in the video description. But the research in general states that when you have these sort of co-rotating interaction regions and the coronal hole high-speed streams, there's all these acronyms, whatever. When you have this sort of space weather sweep by the Earth, it's able to effectively not just influence the magnetosphere, but also deeper down into the Earth energy onion, as I call it. So basically into the atmosphere. And it triggers atmospheric gravity waves. These can propagate downwards and can also trigger instabilities in the kind of tropospheric, stratospheric system. So as a result of that, you get more vorticity, the actual swirling and mixing and all that spinning in the atmosphere in the days following a coronal hole high-speed stream impact. It's about like a 2 to 3 day after effect, which is, guess what, right where we are. And we just saw some gigantic tornadoes come down in Oklahoma, creating a lot of damage. So let's check it out. So we have some images coming in this morning now after this crazy tornado outbreak in Oklahoma, and we see that some of these houses were just completely swept off their foundations. Tremendous destruction, and this really is not good. So I think we're going to get some big estimates here of EF4, EF5 tornadoes coming down in Oklahoma. I mean, just look at this. This is not a fun story right here. We can see some more imagery here from someone else. I'll link these in the video description if you want to check them out yourself. But this is really not good stuff right here. And here we can see one of these tornadoes in action. I mean, an absolute monster. This is near an Air Force base, I believe. And there was also sightings of twin tornadoes coming down as part of this outbreak. So really just incredible destruction that just occurred in the past 24 hours across parts of Oklahoma. I don't know how many people have been injured or killed as a result of this. I really hope it's none. But this came as some surprise to some people. They've been laying off people from NOAA, and so our weather forecasting abilities have gone down at like the government level, etc. And then also in general, weather forecasters, they don't take into account space weather, and in fact, they think it's fake. There are these proposed community notes on this video I posted discussing the influence of high-speed streams and coronal holes on tornadoes, and basically they just they link Wikipedia on this, which everyone knows Wikipedia is trash. If you spend any time, if you know anything and you go to a Wikipedia page for that, you're like, this is awful. There's brigades on Wikipedia. Meanwhile, we have all this research here that shows a connection between our space weather and weather environment, specifically for tornadoes. The Wilcox effects, that's very well studied, that came out in like 1974. So I'll link those videos, those research papers in the video description. But some terrible news out of Oklahoma as a result of these tornadoes, and hopefully that's it. But we are going to have that coronal hole come back for another rotation, almost certainly. So we're going to probably keep seeing this sort of activity going forward. And you can see just how fast that this can develop. Here we see the outbreaks of these tornado cells with our satellite imagery. So basically, you can have like a normal thunderstorm, but then if you start to get that strong convection, now you can get a tornado. So that's really the thing that we're watching out for is, okay, is there a chance for strong weather? And is there going to be a sudden increase in vorticity? What factors are influencing that? Well, these space weather factors influence that. Whether you want to believe it or not, for mid-latitude locations, that's what the research shows. So very likely we're going to have a lot of this sort of weather going into the rest of the year, because in addition to these coronal holes that have been on the sun, and this solar cycle in general has been fairly anomalous in terms of how many large coronal holes there have been, we also very likely are going into a strong El Nino, if not even a super El Nino. So we can see that this was just put out by the World Meteorological Organization. Likelihood increases of El Nino this year expected to develop mid-2026, impacting global temperatures and rainfall patterns. And actually, you know, it's probably going to be a strong El Nino. So their climate models are now strongly aligned with that possibility. And models indicate that this may be a strong event. So some people are even calling this a super El Nino that's going to form. And I think that's probably more likely, just because from everything that I've seen over the years, and I've researched and more, we see that Earth is electrifying. It's called, you know, I call this Earth electrification. Earth is becoming more and more energized as a result of everything that's happening. This is our own influence over the planet anthropogenically. This is also the influence of the sun over the planet, our space environment, and more. So yeah, super El Nino is not a term that the World Meteorological Organization uses. It's not part of the standardized operational classifications, whatever. Sometimes we need terms to describe what's actually happening, because as you can see, there is this gatekeeping that exists with official organizations and also people that just simply don't know what they don't know, and they want to keep it that way. And therefore, you know, they'll discount or downplay things that are actually happening. Unfortunately, but that's the case. Now, looking at earthquake activity, we've had just in the past few hours, we've seen 3 magnitude 5 earthquakes here pop off just off the coast of Kamchatka. This is a 5.1, 5.4, 5.3. So it's not 10 of these, but 3 of them, it's maybe we have like a magnitude 6 coming up for this location in the immediate future. We did just have a magnitude 5.8 strike the island of Crete, and here you do see a swarm. This is the 5.8 right there at a depth of 12.8 kilometers. And then we see 5.0 aftershock, 4.7 aftershock, 4 other magnitude 4 plus aftershocks. So this would be a location in the next few days for there to be a mid magnitude 6, even perhaps up to magnitude 7. But I'd say probably around 6.5. If this is a foreshock sequence, we could have that. This aftershock sequence here isn't the most anomalous in terms of it suggesting that this is all a foreshock, but it's also not totally normal, because this is a bit more aftershocks than you expect at higher magnitudes than you would expect. So potentially a magnitude 6 or greater, but probably magnitude 6.5 to 7 earthquake coming to the island of Crete. In this forecast I'm just laying out right now, probably extending out for a week. The space weather isn't really helping it, I would say. Another location that we've been watching that has just remained at the levels that we've been tracking is here in the Kermadec Trench. We see that there was a new magnitude 5.4 that struck. And if we go to our 7-day view, I think that'll show, I guess our 30-day view here, that will show these earthquakes that have been popping off, but slightly to the north actually. So here we see all the earthquakes that have been popping off in the Kermadec Trench, and magnitude 6 being the highest. So still more activity there. We'll see if something bigger happens there. That could be it, but the fact that you have this 6.0, 5.9, 5.7 just to the north, it's indicating that perhaps something bigger is coming. And as you will recall, as I released in yesterday's video, we had a magnitude 4.0 hit the new Madrid fault system here in Missouri. That has the potential for magnitude 7.5 earthquakes and also a clustering of those magnitudes within a few months. That's at least what happened in 1811, 1812. We have had a ton of activity here in Silver Springs, Nevada, 5.7, 4.8, 4.7. So that's a bit bizarre, but right now it's still, I would say, more normal than less normal, but that's definitely been a big area of release. And let's not forget, of course, Japan, where we've had the biggest earthquake thus far in the past month, magnitude 7.4. Also a 6.5 that occurred before that, don't forget. So there's been more activity than just this 7.4 recently. Then we go back to November, December 2025, and we had tons of activity, as I've described. But that megaquake issuance is still in effect. The Japanese are very worried about it. They are looking at specific zones here in the subduction zone that indicate that there hasn't been a big movement in decades. And so a lot of people are very worried about Japan right now. And if we look at our two X-class solar flares that we had and the DRAP models, this is effectively the light flux hitting the Earth 8 minutes after the flare. The explosion on the sun, we see where they hit. This is the first one. It struck right there in the Western Pacific. So we see Japan is up there. And if we go over to the next one, we see that the next one struck over the Middle East, but we see that Japan is still there on the daylight side, though it is sunset at this point in time for Japan. And I mention this specifically for Japan because there is this interesting connection between solar flares and earthquakes around Japan. There's just, in the 21st century, this 21st century, there's a lot of examples that you can pull up of big solar flares corresponding pretty much perfectly with big earthquakes in Japan. And that occurred back in March 2011 before the magnitude 9.1 Great Tohoku earthquake. We saw this in 2025, and there's other examples. So when you start to get these big X flares and you start to see that light radiation ionizing the part of the Earth that Japan is on, I pay attention. Other people may not pay attention. I pay attention. So I think that's important to point out. We can also look at this fireball that came down over Europe today. So this was a significant event, as you can see, and really strange, coming straight down and not just kind of flashing in light for a second, but coming in bright from the beginning and staying illuminated for a long time. Now the vertical light beaming that you see there is likely as a result of the camera and the lens flare on that. But that is very significant, I would say. And just one of now 10 reports that Europe has seen for greater than 80 events over the past 55 days or so since March began. So there has been a whole bunch of these fireball sightings in Europe. Of course, also across other parts of the world, but North America, Europe have the most reports because they have the best reporting. But here we see this video also there on my X account, but I have all the reports linked from AMS from the beginning of March, and there's 10 of them. And so we see 92 reports, 3,230 reports, 145, 237, 86, 169. So huge numbers. This most recent one there at 265, and then there's some others that I haven't really reported on. This one there, 19th of April, 803 reports. These are all from Europe. So crazy activity still with these fireballs. It seems that we're in a novel debris stream at this moment in time. And the risk with that, therefore, is that there are larger meteorites that are in this debris stream which could interact with us. And if you get a Tunguska over a city, the city is gone. That's how that works. So, and that's not that big of a thing. I mean, that's Tunguska, I think, was 50 meters across, right? It's not like it's a kilometer across or anything. There's a whole bunch of Tunguskas floating around out there. And it just takes one to hit near a city and it's gone. It's totally leveled. So we need to be very mindful of our space environment. And right now, observationally, it's throwing up red flags like crazy. So that's also something to be mindful of. Now, as I've been reporting on, there's been some critical planetary geometry that was in effect really from the 17th of April to 23rd. This sort of planetary geometry is often linked to the creation of magnetic vortices, aka sunspots. And then when you get, let's say, a comet flying through right after that critical time period, like what's happening right now, that's when you get those sort of solar flares. I've been reporting and forecasting this now for more than a month, more like 6 weeks, 8 weeks. Okay, anyways, we've been talking about the different alignments. There is another alignment that is more active today than let's say the Earth, Mercury, Mars, Saturn alignment. And this is Earth, Venus, Uranus. Here we see the Pleiades right there, but also out beyond Uranus is the dwarf planet, trans-Neptunian dwarf planet Sedna, which is about 1,000 kilometers across. So it's not tiny, it's not an asteroid. This is big, it's a dwarf planet. It's very close to its perihelion, which is 2076, about 76 astronomical units, if I remember correctly. And it has a 11,400 year orbit. So normally it's 1,000 astronomical units out at its furthest. It's aphelion. Perihelion, 76 kilometers. So super, super skewed in terms of how close and how far away it can get. It's very close right now, and that's also perfectly in line with this. And one other thing to note is that I discussed this a little bit back then, but I didn't discuss it that much. Back in July of 2025, we had Uranus start to get close to Sedna, and I was speculating that because Sedna is from so far out normally, and because this is a very historic perihelion transits going through in the 21st century, Uranus being this planet that's connected to sudden change and disruption and also earthquake activity, and Sedna being connected to the deep oceans, I was speculating that once Uranus crossed into that 1 degree orb range with Sedna, we could see some big seismicity. And this was like July 2025. Guess what? We had that magnitude 8.8 megaquake. Now we have Uranus once again engaging with Sedna with a 1 degree orb. Last year, it didn't fully conjunct Sedna because then it turned retrograde and it moved back, whatever. This year, it's going to sweep over and conjunct Sedna perfectly and then continue moving on. So we are back in that engagement range. Right now, we actually have a perfect alignment, but coming up in June and July is when that Sedna-Uranus alignment geocentrically really goes exact. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you see more big seismicity. And there's no historic record that we can look at for this because, again, Sedna goes out 1,000 astronomical units, and it takes Uranus 84 years to orbit. So it's been a long time since Sedna was close and Uranus did this sort of conjunction with her. So just keep that in mind. I wanted to mention that. Last time I was less confident in talking about it because we didn't really have an example and it was just a speculation of mine. We got the data now, baby. Megaquake, magnitude 8.8, Kamchatka, last year, July. So that's something to be mindful of. We're looking at Japan. A lot of people are really worried about Japan, especially the Japanese. So that's also something that we have coming up in addition to this potential super El Nino. But definitely, I think a strong El Nino, potentially a super El Nino. So right now, it's really, really crazy. Hopefully things cool down. But in general, I think this year is going to continue to be very, very active. Now, also a reminder that if you want to stay up to date with all this yourself in between my videos, I have a webpage dedicated to delivering this information to you. This is at my website, earthevolution.com/energy-analytics. It's linked in every single video description that I have. Here we see Schumann resonances, we see our global seismic activity level, we see our real-time radiation belt forecast, our aurora prediction model, and also our imagery of the sun via Solar Dynamics Observatory. We even have here the same solar system scope model that I use of the solar system that you can play with in the browser directly. So this is available, free to use. It's just a data feed that I've aggregated together. And I also want to remind you that right now we are running a promotion on the website. This is where I sell some channel merchandise and also some all organic herbal tea blends and also coffee. My dad and I make and mix this ourselves. We ship it out for everybody. Something I've been doing for a long time now, and a lot of you love the products already. That's awesome. Thank you all so much. Right now we have everything in stock. And if you pick up a spirituality starter pack, which you can see right here, you have the chance of getting a free sample of one of the other tea blends until they run out. We have like, I don't know, probably 20 of them left, maybe a little bit less. It's like a 50% chance that you'll get one. I'm telling my dad to put like one in every other or so. And this spirituality starter pack is our spirituality along with a super optical clarity quartz crystal and a 4-inch white sage smudge stick. So by bundling them together, I'm offering some discounts for everybody as a result. And right now you have a pretty good chance of getting a sample pack from one of our other tea blends. It could be in the range of 2 to 3 ounces or so. It's like leftover from when we're done mixing. So electricity, fruit tea, vitality, festivity, like tranquil, all the different options are there. You have a pretty good chance of getting one. So definitely check out the website. If you've been interested in picking something up, now's the time to do so. And it's especially helpful, just as a final call out, for when we have these sort of periods of intense solar activity and space weather. If you are a coffee drinker, you should probably pick up some herb coffee to have this on hand. This is 50% coffee, and it's single origin, shade grown, organic Peruvian coffee, so it's like the best of the best, but it's also chicory root, dandelion root, lion's mane mushroom. So it's half calf, so you're not gonna get that huge cortisol spike like you would from normal coffee, especially if you drink a lot. It's reduced, but you still are getting a little bit of caffeine, a little bit of fun, zip, pop, but it tastes really good and it's better for you, especially for your gut, your microbiome, because of the roasted chicory root, the roasted dandelion root, and the lion's mane mushroom is fantastic for your brain, your memory, your focus, for enhancing neuroplasticity, for helping you learn things. So this stuff is awesome, and that is available on the website. And if you do pick this up, you may see it actually update to a 12-ounce size, because right now we're transitioning from 8 ounces to 12 ounces. So just FYI on that. But all this is available at the website, earthevolution.com/store. Now, before we close out, I would just like to play for you a couple clips from a video I released quite some time ago on my Clips channel describing what could happen with this close passage of our 3 pan-stars in between the sun and the earth. So here we go. Hey everyone, geophysicist Stefan Burns here. We have a comet that is currently hurtling towards the inner solar system that will form a perfect Sun-Comet-Earth alignment, flying exactly in between the sun and the earth in late April, shortly after its perihelion on April 19th. And the reason why I'm highlighting this comet is we often see enhanced space weather when we have these sort of comets that fly in close to the sun and also in alignment with the earth. There's some electromagnetic plasma connection that comets have with the sun. We don't fully understand yet the dynamics of this, but we see observationally this happen time and time again, that if a comet gets close to the sun and flies in between, we often get these significant solar flares and coronal mass ejections. And because the comet's in front of Earth, they often launch that direction and then we get hit. And then we have some significant space weather, geomagnetic storming, and well, there's other downstream effects from that, biologically, geophysically, and more. So this is a significant alignment to take into consideration as it relates to space weather for April. And this is all occurring during some significant planetary geometry too. Multiple alignments occurring right in that time frame. So just a couple days after these planetary energies converge and this perihelion of the comet occurs, we get this Sun, Comet, Earth alignment. We will see it in our chronograph, but then perhaps we get a boom shakalaka from the sun, solar storm launches our way. It's certainly possible. This is a long-range forecast. I think it's a much higher probability than normal, hence why I'm making this video. Just wanted to show you those receipts because I think it is important that A, we make an effort at long-range forecasting, and if it's done accurately, then we should really all be aware of that, because we do have the ability to forecast space weather quite a ways out based off of things like planetary geometry and common sense things like if you have a giant plasma comet flying by the sun, maybe it's going to provoke it with some intense activity. So we look at all these factors. I forecast things out as it makes sense. It's not just to freak people out. It's really, my goal is to understand what's happening with the Earth with the sun, with our space environment, how that affects us, and just share that all with you. I'm not always going to be right, but I do my best to have a good track record because this stuff actually helps people. It fundamentally, if by the end of the 21st century, if you really take this forward, we'll save lives. So that's really one of the overall goals here that I'm building towards, that we can have a society that's a little bit more aware of things and a little bit safer as a result. So that is your update for today. I've been your host, Stefan Burns. Thank you all so much for watching. Please smash that thumbs up button to help the channel grow. If you'd like to stay up to date on everything that's happening with the Earth energetically, our sun, space weather, planets, comets, boom shakalaka, I got you. Wishing you all well. Have a great day. Hope for the best for everybody. Things are really wild right now. There's no guarantees, but really hope and pray for the best. I think everything will be fine in general. I'm not calling for the end of the world or anything, but right now is one of these classic periods where we have this convergence of factors and things get really intense. So just, yeah, that's happening right now, and that's going to continue very likely for the next few days. So yeah, wishing you well, have a great day, and see you all in the next video.
Okay, guys, that was pretty much it for today. I'm going to eat, and I'm going to come back with some Warcraft 3. Let's see if it works, if it loads. I'm going to do... I guess I should do a little load test right now, huh? Let's do it right now. Why not? Alright, so I'm going at a lower resolution than 720. It should work fine, even though I'm putting out at 720. I am worried about my FPS being too high, so I'm going... Okay, here's this. Okay. I'm gonna make it like a naked scene right now, so it uses as least GPU as possible. Okay, with BattleNet running, we're at 17 CPU. Here, I'll show the stats. Although that's gonna make it go up a little bit because it's a display capture. With BattleNet running, we're at 17. Okay, so we got it down to that after we deleted everything, not just turned it off. And we're on a separate scene right now as well. Okay, so we Okay, so that was a pretty good, decent sound check as well. I mean, it was a little low. I mean, but whatever. I mean, we'll work with it. And like same with my mic and everything, but this is a good window size, I think. I seen some guy named Grubby or whatever, never seen him before. I liked how he put his camera on the bottom left. Okay, here we go. Oh. Okay, no, here we go. Hold on. I all of a sudden need to use the restroom. I hate when that happens. This could be an hour-long game. If I start now without using the restroom, there's a good possibility I could be holding it for over an hour. support the food for these guys. No, that's okay. No, I'm saying that's why I want them though, because like shit, man, like, it's food for a whole week or month. For a whole, basically 2 weeks. Giga and Go-Go, if it were for just feeding them, like when it's like 2 weeks. Sometimes, like, let's see how many they have left. Last time I put. You better back up. I just sat down for a split second and you're underneath my elbow and I could discuss. So I'm saying you better back up and I can just come down here and go back up. Back up, Miss. Oh, I guess I should just say that the mic line just in case. You step and toe or something. Back up. Again, what the buttons are doesn't matter. It just tells you what the button is. That's really the button. I'm gonna get started. See if you're putting up the phone so you can hear it. If it's like if it's right next to the mic, like the TV or like it's gonna. I'm gonna turn the stream off eventually once I play this game. Like I want to see like if there's a way I can make it even less laggier, or if I have to wait till midnight. Sometimes midnight it doesn't have any lag, like zero. No frame rate loss, none of that crap. give you guys 720 on that, 24 frames. And CPU running smooth right now with nothing going on, but it might spike. And this is why we're testing this, because I have no idea where we're gonna go from here. If I could make my camera smaller maybe, and then even cut out the background, chroma key it in somehow, would be fantastic. But I think that uses way too much CPU in itself. So, like, I'm not really too sure here. Let's see what other filters are on right now. Aspect ratio. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. It didn't even do anything. Okay, we should be live and rolling and pretty much ready to go. Oh, I've given her 2 of them just now. That's why she knows they're there now. I mean, you can give her one if you want. You can give her one if you want, I don't care. Alright. Yeah? Okay, good. Good job, Bucky. Alright, so the resolution is 800 by 600 at 60 FPS. In case you were curious on what other, like, I had it on that one, but it was kind of, well, let me go back to it now that I've changed to classic. Let's see what it happens. Because the Reforged graphics was obviously too high at this, but maybe this is. Because I'm outputting it at 720, it also doesn't, it might be using less CPU to convert it, I mean not to convert it at this point. Let's see, to downscale it. Wow, yeah, it didn't even increase on my CPU at all. Well, I mean, like I said, the game's not playing right now, but it's still, in theory, it should be using more, like, noticeably, but it doesn't even show any used. Alright, so we'll resize this for the full screen. Pop this on top. Put me down low. Give you guys the majority of the screen here. Boom booms on the Fury Cup. That is not really back. I guess being a little wisp down here is better than being a bright ass. It's so bright. I'm so like, I've never been so bright. I gotta figure out which chroma key to download. This is boo-boo, bro. We'll work with this though, because it's the stock one we got. All right, let's go. Look, you can see the back button on my shirt, bro. That's fine, and you can still see my face. We'll work with this. This isn't undoable. All right. Now the only thing I'm worried about is the dumb game, like getting like in the core of my mechanic here. I'm not gonna be able to literally click fast enough because A, I don't have a big enough mouse spot. 2, I don't have the right macro setup for any of my heroes. 3, I'm kind of just getting back into the game, so I don't really know which heroes to use anymore. Let's see what the sound check's like.
She's like, well, let's help and I mean, it's all possibility. It was almost playing with the street lodge. She just did it again.
There's plenty of freaking bananas. Get one on wow. I'm just saying, you should designate something. But you designate so that you can put some stuff like this in.
Sorry guys, you're going to have to give me a minute.
These are clean and perfect. They don't even smell like. You know, it says olive oil. It says inactive ingredients olive oil, cocoa butter, cottonseed oil. It's all olives. There's some oil. That's why it's not Neil Swan. It's different. It's different. It's like a conglomerate of works. That's time to take a picture. Oh, no. So what? Have faith in the process. There is too much of it. Have faith in the process.
just will smell like smoke. Oh, God. I mean, I wish I could. Inch diameter. A good inch.
Next order, we need to put water on the order.
Can't think of everything to do. Maybe like the sun keeps where it used to be warm, where it used to be warm.
Truck with snails in it, and I've been trying to give them water, and that's why it's gotten it all the way down to 31. Normally I check before it gets to 6. That just means that it's been 2 or 3 gallons through there without finding anything bad. It's not good. It's a lot of gallons. Oh, it usually never takes as long to get a match. Maybe we'll just test the story mode or something. This is gnarly.
The sands of time have run out, son of Duratan.
I don't know if my computer's gonna handle this. I'm so scared. This is the moment of truth, everyone.
The remnants of the past scar the land. Which is besieged once again by conflict. Heroes arise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle. As mortal armies rush blindly towards their doom, the burning shadow comes to consume us all. You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destiny. Seek me out.
Wow, and they still have the press any key to continue. Oh my god, that's so nostalgic, bro. Cause my original computer that took to load these. Oh my god. Whoops. It would take like like 5-10 minutes maybe. But like that was like the good one. If it was the E-machine, it only had like a quarter of a gig of RAM on XP. The original discs could run on those old school computers, and it did okay. It just because you could load all the assets at once. It was one of those things. And yeah, man, oh man, if I knew what I knew now back then, like this about computers and making them run better, I feel bad for that poor computer. It was like constantly full all the time, like because I always had like games on it, and my mom always had videos and pictures on it. And then my godfather ended up getting a hard drive that was basically just a disc. It wasn't like one of those fancy ones. It was just the precursor to what we can get now, which is like a solid state version. But back then they weren't even solid states. It was literally just a hard drive. Those old school like cables that could plug into the DualShock 3 PS2 controllers or PS3 controller rather. Yeah, it just took forever to upload and download. I think it was like a max at 10 megabytes per second on that, like upload speed or download. So when you're moving gigs, it took a while. And yeah, so man, we used to just have so many files on that computer because it was the family computer. And if I knew now, like, how much better the computer runs when there's nothing on it, because these cloud services enable you to kind of really like export all of the videos that you're working on onto like the cloud, which is just a hard drive in the sky that isn't really connected to your computer, so it's not bogging down your computer every time you turn it off and on, as well as when you're running every program it's looking past the code of all the other stuff on your computer to find things. So like when you really are only doing like one game on the computer at a time, I'd recommend only having one on there at a time. Like even now, like because this thing's only two brains on it, dual core, and it doesn't have very many threads. It's like 3 thread or something like that, and on a Pentium, and it runs pretty well. But it did not recently when I had it. It was like the C drive was over 3/4 full. It only had like 100 gigs left out of a solid state drive, 1,000 gigabytes. It only had 100 gigabytes left. So, yeah, it was terrible. The computer would barely work, and yeah, similar problems to what I was having to back then. But little did I know, I just thought the computer was broke. Like I had no idea about like fixing it, like how it got to that point, like what happened, or if like people used to just tell me, oh, you got a virus. No, I didn't. It was just family photos on there, like too much of them. Like my wife and her phone, it could work so much better for you, I bet, if you backed up your photos onto the cloud.
What?
I was just giving a spiel about how if I knew what I knew now back then in making computers run better, like including like handheld devices like this. Like I used to have my phone even, I would pack it up with games like, and then only play like 2 or 3 of them. And then like those 2 or 3 I played sucked because I had all those other games on there, and when I was trying to play just those 2 games, like it was having to look past all those files. And the same deal with you and like all the pictures and everything like that. It's just code on your phone on your, but it has 8 threads, so it's able to look past it quicker than this, like than even like these, like your old computer right here. Like your phone is like a beast compared to that thing. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like anyway, but you can still do a lot with these old school systems, Windows XP, with retro gaming, and that's why I bought this game. Because you could retro game on it. Like that's literally what I'm gonna end up doing, is like it'll be a good test for this computer down here to play it on here with just native, not stream anything alongside it, just just play the thing on a nice CRT. All these pixels and everything is really made for a CRT. It looks just that much better. Like the fur, everything really just comes alive. All the plants, when there's a little motion with reeds in the river, all that stuff just looks like it's real. Back in the day, when this was one of the first games that got me into actually making worlds. Like there's a custom world creator on here. And I am definitely into that. And like I'm dusting off my, my shoulders and trying to get back into the water of doing that stuff. Now that I know there's actually people that will play it, maybe if I upload it or make a video about it. And yeah, I liked the old school Footman Frenzies or different types of titles like that. Never really thought of making one, but like, because I don't know if I could, like, if my computer can manage to make a Footman Frenzy, because those are pretty, like, intense. But, like, just a map or something to, like, visit, or, like, a 1v1 map or something like that, like, I'm totally into thinking about doing that. Because these old school maps are great and everything, but, like, I know some people just play custom because they're just so done with all the old maps. Like, that's why, like, it took me, like, 2 minutes. I didn't even find a game right there. Like, it's late at night. But, like, the other day, like, I literally, I looked away for 2 seconds and I was in a game already. I'm like, whoa, like, that was fast. I was impressed. Like, there was so many matches, and, like, I did not expect that right there. But, oh well. Like I said, maybe it'll change past midnight when we finally get into the server of, I think Grubby's from Ukraine or Russia or something like that. So maybe they have more of a player base over there or something like that. I have no idea. But, or exactly what's going on, like, with my server, like, if it was on West, and maybe that was the problem. And there was more people on, like, an Asia server right now, that would probably make more sense, huh? Because back in the day, you should be able to change servers, but when you did that, like, you would lose all your experience for your, like, you used to have to, like, have wins in order to get your emblem for your old, like, that's how you know, I know, like, it was a grind. And in order to get wins, it was really difficult sometimes. Like, especially for me on those old computers, you could imagine having to, like, get wins like that was terrifying. And it was a mission to even get 25 wins. And I think that's when you get your first, like, I was trying to get the Night Elf win thing of, like, 25. The next one was, like, 225 or something like that. And I, like, was never going to get that much. And then 2,000 or something like that wins or something. It would just exponentially increase. And I was like, oh, man, for the people who play that and have those right now. Man, SOL. And then, like, for me anyway, this has been 6 years since this thing dropped, and I heard that it really wasn't that great immediately. Like, it's just now recently, like, with the patches and everything dropped, like, it's just recently regained traction because people can actually play it with more confidence that it's not going to crash, or I guess it's more stable, just hands down. What was that? You hit your hand on the thing? Careful. All right, let's see what's going on here.
What kind of nightmare was that?
It was not a nightmare, young war chief, but a vision. Follow me, and I will reveal what your future holds.
Oh my god, my face is like right on their faces. I did not foresee this. Maybe I should put it on the right?
First, select Thrall. To do this, left-click on Thrall in the main window.
Well. We'll see.
Excellent.
Because this
You seem
isn't
eager to be on
having
your way.
to deal with somebody
However,
else's unit,
you
so
must
I can
first
play at a
learn
higher
how to give
resolution
orders
for
to
you
Thrall.
guys.
Try ordering Thrall
you imagine
to
this
move
on the
down
CRTV?
path towards the nearby banner. To do this, click the Move button in the bottom right corner of your screen and then click on the banner.
Wait, what am I doing?
Skillfully done. However, the orc encampment is still far off. In order to reach the next banner, scroll the screen to the north by very good. The path to the next banner leads through a black Notice how the black area shrinks as Thrall moves through it. This reflects areas you have explored. Select Thrall and order him to move to the banner in the middle of the encampment.
Loktar, my warriors. We are yours to command, Warchief. Prepare yourselves. I sense a knoll ahead.
To order Thrall's forces to defeat this foul creature,
Yes.
select all of your troops, click on the attack button, and then click on the knoll.
I just right click, bro.
This was only a scout, but the knoll's camp lies just ahead.
Order your troops
They
to
talk
perform
about
an
knolls
aggressive
like they're
attack
like
move into the enemy encampment.
trolls
to do
in
this,
Skyrim.
select all of your troops, click the attack button, and then left click on the ground in the middle of the knoll camp.
Yeah, well, auto-engaging isn't exactly the smartest thing to do.
Whenever you click on the hero...
Whoever taught the guy to make the tutorial didn't know that people were gonna be like metaing the shit out of this, did they?
Are restless.
Or maybe they did. I have no idea. All I know is bam! Look at that.
I am the Warchief.
It still works. I was trying to see if... No, they left everything, I think, the same. Oh yeah, you see? You can get... How do you get to this? The fattest loot, definitely. How do you get that? Like, you tell me how you gonna get that. Like, that's a good story to tell right there, right? Like, you guys would never know that was there unless you put in that sheet to see it. Trust me. Like, I didn't know it was there for a while. I forgot it was there, though. It says Scurvy Pirate, and then it says Fat Loot, the fattest loot, definitely. I don't know if there was a no clipping one where I could walk on water.
Let's get on with it. For honor. For Doomhammer!
I could not, like,
Warchief,
literally
we've discovered
join.
a group
I
of
could have
Murloc
attacked, but I
raiders
mean, I
in
was
the
trying to give
nearby
my guy a
river.
second heal.
The Murlocs would make excellent targets for your new Chain Lightning spell.
They definitely did.
To have Thrall use his new ability, click on the Chain Lightning. Some monsters drop treasure when they are defeated. Treasure chests hold powerful. This particular treasure chest contained a useful potion of mana. Notice that the potion now occupies one of Thrall's inventory slots near the bottom middle of your screen. Potions of mana can be used to replenish a hero's mana, the magic energies that allow the casting of spells such as Chain Lightning. The wolf howl signifies that night has begun.
Be wary, my warriors. Don't let nightfall dull your senses. I am the Warchief. For honor. Yes. Dabu, the spirits are restless. For honor. Yes.
So there's that little Easter egg you guys didn't know. I thought maybe that there was a walk on water one. I was just guessing, honestly. I don't even want to look it up, to be honest with you. Like, I could care less, because like it's just more the lore that's been there, and like
battle on our hands
for 30 years, basically 20 years right now, going on 30. 2002.
Dabu, for honor.
The sound is really good on this computer there. It sounds great.
Your time has come. Watch yourselves, my brethren. Those creatures do not sleep at night.
Yeah, and they're mean to
For honor, none will survive. Let's get on with it. For honor. Dabu.
Excellent. Thrall has found a magic ring. Rings are very useful because they provide a constant passive benefit as long as they are carried.
Babe, I am like.
Lokrigan, Ogan. Yes.
Just hold on 1 minute.
Dabu. Yes.
Why didn't you jump on the stream? And I asked you to watch the game, and you didn't even, like, once. I know you haven't. Turn it on or something. Why didn't you listen to the sound or something?
For
all
honor.
that complaining.
Dabu. Yes. For honor. Dabu. Your time has come.
Here we go. We can't miss these guys. I almost walked right past them.
I still can't
We'll get through this, and then I'll have to turn this off, and then I'm gonna, because I want to put a specific gaming stream out. So you guys, if you guys want to watch more stuff like this, you're gonna have to tune into the gaming stream. But yeah, so it seems like it'll work fine on 720. Might be a little not that great on frames. We'll see what's going on.
Look now,
When I have a bigger army on here, we'll see.
Very good. That treasure chest held a magic tome that can be used to give Thrall a permanent benefit.
There's usually things in these houses. That's why I even did online. I usually destroy them as well.
I am the war chief.
Here we go.
For honor. Dabu.
Find the prophet, and I seeked him out.
Let's get on with it.
Greetings, son of Duratan.
And then there's the pirate ship in the back with the fat loot.
It was you I saw in the vision. Who are you? How do you know me?
I know many things, young war chief, about you and your people. My identity at this time is unimportant. What is important is that you rally your people and leave these shores immediately.
Leave? What's this all about, human?
If I could bump it up to 50 or maybe 30 instead of 24, I will, but like...
I am something...
Mind you, I am still trying to win online when I'm playing the game.
Know that I have seen the future and beheld the great burning shadow that is coming to consume this world. You sense it as well, don't you?
It's funny, because when you're watching it at less of a frame rate, it actually seems more realistic because the water is actually falling in at different frames.
Will you have a chance to stand against
instead of like full 60 or whatever over here I'm watching. I have it up to 200 max. I don't even know what that is. Like, how could you even have 200 on a 60 monitor? That doesn't make sense. So like I was thinking about turning it down to 60 because maybe it's taxing my CPU and I don't even know.
That I should trust him.
Alright guys, well, there's that. Let's see, if I continue, what's happened here? Okay, that's it. They're done. You're good, 10 minutes. On hard, yeah, that's retarded. You could probably speedrun that. Chapter 2. Alright, good. We'll back out of there for now. We'll come back on that on the flip side. Maybe we can get in an online game or two. Watch you. You guys can watch your guy here get assassinated, because I'm literally not good at all compared to some of these people. It seems ridiculous how good they are. But hey, you never know, man. Like, I swear, when I look on the one on my TV over here on the left, which is forced 24 frames, and over here on the right, yeah, sure, the one on the right, it has more going on, but it's also not realistic. Like, over here on the left, they're blurred. They're more. It's kind of it's almost got like a CRT feel when it's got less frames, if that makes sense. Let's see, what am I? I'm on 720 and it doesn't say. Yeah, because I'm not even at. If you do 50, pal, sometimes it'll say 50 instead at 60, but when I had it on 60 right now, there was just no way I could have done that. So that was earlier though, with the. Even with just watching a video, if I'm trying to transcribe that directly to you guys, like at 60, it just does not work right with my computer. For some reason, I just can't do it. I don't know the math behind it, but it won't do it. So we're kind of working with our limits here. And I do notice that it's actually glitching less and less and less when it's getting to that midnight mark, which is what I was hoping for. So we'll get off here now and try to get our spot in line for the next stream here momentarily. Thank you guys for joining. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. And make sure you personally share this with somebody if you think they'll like it. That helps the channel tremendously. It doesn't really matter, like, if they subscribe, just, like, you know, show them, spread the word that people are out here doing this. We're replaying the game that's old, but that's fine. It's kind of like where it's at right now, because all these new games' stories aren't like what they chalk up to be, really. It's just. I saw somebody say that this game's storyline takes 30 to 40 hours to finish. Like, I guess that's if you're rushing it. I don't know if I'm like I remember it took way longer, like, than that when I was a kid. I don't know what to go on, but we'll see. We'll see what goes on. And I'll try not to use cheats, because I have cheats, but like the I see dead people is kind of like hardly a cheat for me, because it shows you things that like aren't even like that normal people won't see, and I kind of want to show you guys that, like, in case you don't know that you could do that. There are ways, like, anyway, to get more out of the game if you didn't even know. It doesn't work online, like you can't do it online, like, so like I'm not worrying about showing you guys that, like it's completely safe. But yeah, like I said, like if you want to learn more about that, make sure you drop likes and comments, and I'll understand what you guys mean when you say, oh, I want to see more of that. All right, thank you guys. See you later. Bye.